Honorable delegates, in keeping with our tradition and practice, I now bow to my right and I bow to my left. I now request the delegates and the House to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, please be reminded that the rules and the process apply for this virtual sitting. And I would also like to remind you of the following: that the virtual sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that the place of the sitting is deemed to be Cape Town, where the seat of the National Council of Provinces is, that delegates in the virtual sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for the purpose of the quorum, all delegates who are logged on to the virtual platform shall be considered present, that delegates must always switch on their videos, and that delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted, that the interpretation facility is active, that permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and the SALGA representatives are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. That any delegate who wishes to speak must use the raise your hand function and/or icon. And by now, members are familiar with this function and/or icon. Honorable delegates will now move on to motions. We'll start with the notices of motion. So without any delay, I now call on delegates to indicate if they want to put forward any notice of motion. I see 3 hands. Tim, Shaik, and Chabelin, and Lihihi. We'll start with Tim. Honorable Tim.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move a motion that at its next sitting, this House debates the ongoing and persistent water crisis in the Ugu district of KZN, caused by the utter neglect of successive KZN premiers and their cabinets, which has now led to a disaster of catastrophic proportions with grave human rights implications. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Shaik.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting discusses the role of the Department of Home Affairs and the Department of Employment and Labor in combating the flare-up violence similar to what happened in Robertson in the Western Cape. Discuss the role of the alleged preference of foreign nationals over locals, which have contributed to the violence. I so move. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Schweik. We'll then move on to Honorable Nchabele. Honorable Nchabele.
Thanks, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting discuss the role that is supposed to be played by the recognition of prior learning as a critical means of access to and recognition of further and higher learning for students who did not have the opportunity to access higher education post-schooling via conventional pathways. How South Africans who find themselves in jobs that offer no growth prospects owing to their lack of academic qualification can be assisted. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nchabele. We'll then proceed further to Honorable Lehi. Honorable Lehi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Please forgive me for not putting on my video.
That the council debates at its next sitting the poor distribution capacity of water in Makwasi Hills local municipality in Northwest Province, which has not demonstrated any improvement since the invocation of Section 100 of the Constitution. I so move.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any other notices of motions? No. We will then proceed to motions without notice. We'll start with Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes with concern the closure of the Tabacheru boarding school. These learners did not return to school with the reopening of schools in January of this year. Further notes that the school could not reopen due to the lack of water. Also notes that parents of these learners have to make alternate arrangements for their children who are at home without supervision, costing them an arm and a leg. Notes that not only is the ANC government stealing hard-earned taxes, but also stealing the future of these learners. Also notes that no alternative measures have been put in place to assist these learners with online classes, which means that these learners have again lost out on valuable educational time and will never be able to catch up on this lost time. Further notes that the leader of government business in Mpumalanga has responded that the reason there is no water is due to the community stealing the water pumps. This whilst the school has security 24/7. Again notes that the department should engage with the SGB, SMT, and security company to determine why there was no security when the pumps were stolen. Acknowledges that the National Department of Education must engage with the Provincial Department of Education to determine what the real reason is for the closure of the school and ensure that the necessary steps are taken to get the learners back to school and give them the education they so rightfully deserve. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Muhai.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice that this House knows with profound sadness and grief on the death of Dr. Patrick Maisela, who was laid to rest on the 11th March 2022. That Dr. Patrick Maisela was the first Black person to be allowed to be a medical technician, and in exile he did a junior degree in political science at Ibadan University, Nigeria. He then did his master's, followed by his PhD in political economy. Dr. Patrick Maisela joined the ANC in 1964 and worked underground to mobilize students and youth from that time. His work led to the formation of Natal Youth Organization, NAYO, a youth movement which was later expanded to NAYO and youth formation throughout the country. NAYO had tremendous influence in South African student movement, SASM. Dr. Maisela was arrested together with the leadership of NAYO and released in 1976. In 2014, Dr. Maisela was elected as a member of parliament until 2019. He served in the Portfolio Committee of Health, and in 2018, he was delegated by the ANC to nominate President Cyril Ramaphosa to be President of South Africa. And this House takes this opportunity to convey its heartfelt condolences to his wife, 3 children, 7 grandchildren, and 2 great children. I so move.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection to the motion? None. The motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council note the recent publication of a report on the Mfuleni municipality, which exposes substantial corruption. Also note that the Chief Financial Officer of that municipality has been placed on cautionary suspension as a result of the report. Further note that the CFO has fingered the MM and also alleged that politicians are involved in certain corrupt activities. Note that the municipality has been under Section 139 administration since 2017. Note that much of the corrupt activity described in the report took place and continued to take place while the municipality was under administration. Note that MEC Maile was chased from the COGTA committee meeting of 19th of June 2020 by the chairperson with a warning to return properly prepared. Honorable Dododu even put out a press release in this regard. The MEC is, however, yet to return. Note that the lives of the people of Mfuleni have worsened over the past 5 years in spite of the administrative intervention of the Gauteng province. Call on the Premier of Gauteng to give account to this House, or alternatively to admit defeat, and that this House propose the invocation of Section 1397 of the Constitution to allow the national government to step in where the province has failed. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ryder. Any objection to the motion? None.
Object to the motion, Chairperson.
Objection noted. This
Shame on you, Dango.
Proceeded with.
Shame on you, Dango.
A notice of a motion. Thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Protester Tim. Honorable Tim.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson,
They are not audible.
notes with great concern the ongoing.
Try to speak a bit slower and speak to the mic.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes with great concern the ongoing and persistent water crisis in the Ugu District Municipality that has plagued the area since 2015. Notes that areas such as Ramsgate, Margate, Port Shepstone, Iberdeen, Kamalake, Boboy, Nyandizulu, Marburg, Mtuntweni, Oslo Beach, Southport, Pumula, Mzumbe, Fairview, Allerton Store, Stick Farm, Port Edward, Banner Rest, and Umtomvona and Wood Grange have been without water for between 14 days and 8 weeks. The areas of Port Edward, Banner Rest, and Umtomvona have only had 23 days of continuous water supply in the last year. Notes that it has been estimated that the Ugu District Municipality requires 2 billion rand to effectively address the aging water infrastructure in the district. Despite this, the budget for water reticulation has been slashed by 84 million rand, resulting in the cancellation of water tanker contracts. At the same time, the ANC caucus in Ugu demanded the completion of the second phase of their offices, costing 32 million rand. Disgraceful. Further notes that a recent inspection by the DA of the water storage facilities in the district revealed that these reservoirs were completely empty. Also notes that this state of affairs is a gross violation of human rights, and that promises made by the KZN Premier, who busies himself attacking the country's judiciary, have led to no action whatsoever. Notes that the DA intends opening a case with the Human Rights Commission and will investigate the criminal liability of Premier Zikalala himself. Repeats the call on the to invoke relevant sections 139 of the Constitution to intervene in the Etugu District Municipality in order to resolve water service delivery, sanitation services, and the municipality's finances. I so move. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus without notice that the House notes that the matter regarding faulty traffic light infrastructure at the N12 and the R558 intersection, that is Soweto and Lenasia, was highlighted during an NCOP Zoom meeting on 7 September 2021. Further notes that the MEC Faith Bazibuku confirmed that the matter would be looked into, and she has referred the matter to MEC Jacob Mamabolo. 6 months has passed and the infrastructure has still not been repaired, posing life-threatening situation since it's on a national road in a high crime zone. Resolves to urgently debate the matter. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Dango.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will not switch my video on because I have some bandwidth problems at the moment. However, I move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes that the life president of the Muslim Judicial Council, 86-year-old Sheikh Abdul Hamid Khabir, passed away recently. Further notes that during his time as Imam of the Kensington Mosque, he was at the forefront in the struggle against apartheid and had to leave and live in exile in Canada, where he continued his activism. Also note that Sheikh Khabir played a pivotal role in the establishment of the United Democratic Front and was a stalwart of the ANC who served as South Africa's ambassador to Arabia. Therefore, send our heartfelt condolences to the family and the Muslim community at this time of bereavement. I so move.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Gillian.
Chairperson, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with appreciation that murderer and rapist Reftekan Miller, described as a skilled, devious, and cunning liar, who spent his life behind bars after he was sentenced in the George Magistrates Court yesterday. Further note that Miller was convicted of the rape and murder of Bianca Matroos in November 2019 and was sentenced to life imprisonment for murder and further 10 years for rape. Also note that the accused met the deceased in a nightclub and killed, raped, and killed her a few hours later. Therefore, congratulate the police and the NPA for a job well done and hope that the family of the deceased will at least find closure. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Bartlett.
Yes, Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move, Honorable Chair, on behalf of the African National Congress, that the House firstly knows that about 108 District 6 lane claimants are expected to finally return home in about 2 weeks' time and after more than 2 decades of waiting. Secondly, Honorable Chairperson, further note that this is part of phase 3 of the District 6 development project with construction of the remaining 954 units to be carried out in 2 major phases to be completed in 2025. Fourthly, Honorable Chair, also note that Deputy President Mabuza, in his capacity as the chairperson of the International Interministerial Committee on Land Reform and Agriculture, visited the area in order to assess progress. Fourthly, Honorable Chair, therefore congratulate the beneficiaries of this project and call on the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to make sure that the rest of claimants get their houses as promised. I so move, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion?
No.
None. And there being no objection to the motion, it is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby rise on behalf of economic freedom fighters without notice that the Council should note that the economic freedom fighters held a series of successful events on the 21st of March 2022, where we commemorated the Sharpeville massacre. Further note that the massacre which took place in Sharpeville, Langa, and Newton Age were not isolated events, but were responses carried out by the resist group of people who will do anything to entrench the dehumanization of Black people. Also acknowledge that as the EFF, we held 3 rallies to observe and honor the bravery of wisdom of Robert Sobukwe, Philip Hosana, who led the march in Langa, and that of Nyakan Tsolo, who led the march in Sharpeville. Further note that we also observed and honored those who lost their lives during the Sharpeville, Langa, and Newton Age massacre at the hands of the brutal apartheid regime, and also recognize that their commitments to the liberation of our people should inspire all of us to continue to fight for the total emancipation of our people. For the struggle for emancipation of African people has not yet been won. We would like, therefore, to take this opportunity to thank the people and the ground forces of Mokaka municipality for making the event of the 21st March a success, and specifically thank the community of Matlantwang Instance Race for coming out in their big numbers to commemorate with us. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable BB.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this august House notes with pride the continued successful headways made by the special unit in recovering public funds acquired through unlawful and corrupt transactions, believing that the successful bid by this special investigation unit is freezing the bank accounts of suspicious beneficiaries of corrupt and unlawful transactions, in a step in the direction towards successful criminal prosecution. Therefore, I call upon this august House to salute the leadership of the SIU and its staff for their courageous acts of leaving no stone unturned in recovery of public funds lost through unlawful and corrupt transactions. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Malika. Honorable Malika is not there. We'll proceed to Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I rise without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes with concern the alarming proliferation of gun-related matters in the township of Cape Town over the recent past. The proliferation of these gun-related matters demonstrate the massive circulation of illegal firearms in the hands of criminal syndicates and gangsters. Believing that the persistence of this trend undermines and erodes the confidence of the law-abiding citizens in our law enforcement agencies. That the confidence of the law-abiding citizens in the police and the collaboration between the police and communities are critical in the fight against crime. We therefore call on the Minister of Police and the member of the Executive Council responsible for policing in the Western Cape government to appear before this august House to outline concrete steps against crime, against gun-related matters, and other forms of violent crime. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion?
Yeah, there's an objection. It should be the national minister who gives resources. Yes.
Is there an objection to the motion? None. There being no
Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Honorable Lund made an objection. You could not have missed him.
No, it was selective hearing from the chairperson. The national police minister should give the resources, call him to account, therefore the objection. You must know the rules and where the money comes from.
There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that the Council knows that the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, also known as the OACPS, will host the 50th session of the OACPS Parliamentary Assembly from the 29th to the 31st of March 2022. The meeting will be followed by the 41st session of the ACP EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly from the 1st to the 3rd of April 2022. The meetings, which will be held in Strasbourg in France, will be the first in-person contact session of the assemblies since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. The 41st session of the JPA is of particular importance as it will be the last JPA under the Cotonou Partnership Agreement. During the session, which will take place from the 29th to the 31st March 2022, OACPS parliamentarians will exchange views on the current global issues of interest to the OACPS, including matters concerning political affairs, economic development, finance and trade, and social affairs and the environment. And we take this opportunity to wish the South African delegation well, and as they prepare to represent our parliament in this very crucial event. I so move, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The hand of Honorable Okamp, I'm sure is an old hand.
No, Honorable Chairperson, I have not been recognized yet. It's a new hand, waiting, a very long waiting hand though.
Okay, you're the last one. Let's proceed. Okamp.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes with sorrow the damage caused by the locust outbreak in vast parts of the Northern Cape, where hundreds of thousands of hectares of grazing have been destroyed due to this locust outbreak. That this House hereby expresses our gratitude towards the various civilian organizations, as well as to the large number of individual farmers and private companies who unselfishly made finances as well as their personal equipment and vehicles available in order to try to contain the spread of this locust outbreak. Furthermore, that this House notes and acknowledges the fact that due to this locust outbreak, vast amounts of grazing was destroyed, and that there now is an urgent need for fodder to be made available to those farmers who lost grazing due to this locust outbreak. That this House hereby requests the Premier of the Northern Cape to declare the areas affected by these locust outbreaks as disaster areas in order for more funding to be made available to fight the further spread of this outbreak, as well as to assist those farmers who have been negatively affected by this outbreak. Lastly, that this House requests that the MEC for Cocta or the Premier of the Northern Cape immediately approve the provision of fodder from fodder banks in the Northern Cape to the affected farmers, as well as to make additional funding available in order to assist these farmers to obtain sufficient fodder for their animals. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion?
Objection.
None. Objection. Can just have that being repeated again?
Objection, Chair.
Amazing.
There's an objection.
Honorable Masondo, it's fascinating how you can hear that objection.
And will become a notice of.
How can you object to the farmers who feed us? How can you object to the farmers that feed us? Incredible.
It's an absolute disgrace. It's astonishing. It's astonishing.
How did you object on the Western safety issues?
I would like to welcome the Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry and Economic Development, the Deputy Minister for Small Businesses, the Deputy Minister of Employment and Labor, MECs, and all special delegates to the city. We shall now proceed to the subject for debate as printed on the order paper. Debate on the relevance and success of broad-based Black economic empowerment and employment equity legislation. I now call upon Honorable S.F. Detroit from the Freedom Front Plus to open the debate. Honorable Detroit.
Achtbare voorsitter, is broad-based Black economic empowerment and equity legislation still relevant after almost 3 decades of ANC rule, and did it yield the results the ANC hoped it would? Did affirmative action provide any economic stability in the country, and who benefited from it? Did South Africa as a whole benefit from the race-based job preservation legislation? Mr. Ramaphosa, during his human rights speech on 21 March 2022, mentioned that South Africa is the most unequal country in the world. He placed the responsibility on normal citizens to be whistleblowers on corruption in his government, and focused his address on racial conflict and the death of 69 people in 1960 in Sharpeville, conveniently neglecting to mention the 354 people that died in South Africa during July 2021 under ANC rule. It needs to be mentioned that Mr. Ramaphosa and the cabinet took full responsibility for these deaths during his SONA 2022 speech. Yet, we have to date not seen any consequences as a result of these deaths. Why am I mentioning this, Chair? To illustrate that selective racial classification by the majority is being used to their benefit when it suits them. Since 1994, BEE has been government policy. Die Vryheidsfront Plus het onsself sedert 1994 sterk.
Freedom Front Plus since 1994 spoke out about triple BEE and this policy because it doesn't offer equal opportunities. We are also losing knowledgeable and capable people with this policy, and by using this legislation to discriminate against certain people, millions of South Africans of different races are working every day, and the average South African citizen is striving for equality, equal rights, equal opportunity. The ANC and other parties are making use of a racial divide with this policy. We have some opposition who used to go against this policy or initially agreed with it but are now going against it. But we can see that with this policy, we will have generations hereafter who will also be suffering under this legislation. We can see that we want people to support their own families as best they can and offer a positive way and deliver a positive way of working in their communities. We can see that our country is slowly being neglected day by day, and that this legislation of triple BEE does not work.
In 2017, open quote, genuinely disadvantaged Black South Africans, whether out of naivety, lack of knowledge, or simply being unaware of the selfish motives of individuals, using calls for radical economic transformation, economic freedom, and economic decolonization from their own benefits, in many cases, fall for such false promoters of Black advancement. The real danger is that these redistribution terms will not only be empty, meaningless, and opportunistic, but will become associated with mismanagement, corruption, and state capture. This means that genuine initiatives to pursue economic transformation, economic freedom, and economic decolonization, so crucial to improve the lives of ordinary Black South Africans for the better, will lose credibility. The first is to scrap the current BEE policies as singularly useless to the historically disadvantaged Black children on par with world-class education offered in the best industrial countries' emerging markets, close quote. It is estimated, Chair, that so-called BEE transactions aiming to increase Black ownership of large businesses have been conducted on such a large scale, with BEE transactions concluded between 1994 and 2005, valued at between 150 and 285 billion rand. Black economic enrichment, select few. This is the reality, that there are only a select few well-known individuals who benefit from BEE, Chair. Chair, the economist Muletsi Mbeke said at the Daily Maverick webinar in August 2020 that the first beneficiaries selected to get shares in the first BEE company in South Africa, the New African Investment Limited, were anti-apartheid leaders. In other words, politically connected individuals. Opening quote, as a result, Mbeki believes that BEE was never intended as a tool of social upliftment or economic empowerment. It was simply a way for established big business to win favor of the incoming political leadership and influence the policies of the democratic government. Then this virus, as he called it, the term BEE, became state policy. Leaders in the ANC and the United Democratic Fronts from the 90s, 80s, and 70s, they are the Black billionaires that you see today, he said, close quote. Chair, I can't put it better than Mr. Mbeki when he, as an economist, said that the fact that unemployment in South Africa has been growing steadily since 2008, while BEE in its legislated form had been around since 2003. This showed that the policies could not be the solution to the country's economic problems. Mbeki believes that fostering entrepreneurship is the best answer for South Africa's growth problem. But Makala pointed out that he assumes that everyone has an equal shot to become an entrepreneur in the first place, with South Africa's levels of poverty and inequality, which are felt particularly in areas like education, and this is clearly not the case. Yet Mbeki maintains that the only preferential policies should be those which give priority to South Africans with good ideas. Chair, the preamble of the Constitution states, among others, the following: to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. The founding provisions in Chapter 1 of the Constitution states that the Republic of South Africa is one sovereign democratic state founded on non-racialism, non-sexism. It further states on citizenship that there is a common South African citizenship. All citizens are equally entitled to the rights, privileges, and benefits of citizenship and must be equally subject to the duties and responsibilities of citizenship. Bill of Rights states that everyone are equal before the law. Voorsitter, swart ekonomiese bemagtiging en regstellende aksie bemagtig niemand nie, maar wek eerder ontmagtiging in die hand. Die absurditeit dat die meerderheid diskriminasie kan regverdig, deur dit in sommige gevalle as regverdige diskriminasie te omskryf en toepas, is onaanvaarbaar. Was dit werklik die bedoeling van die grondwetskrywers om bloot nuwe vorme van diskriminasie?
Really was the intent to go and create this impression? We can see that it is a fact that we can see that people are without jobs, and this has increased under the ANC government, joblessness. And when people are creating or using policies to discriminate against people in terms of using this legislation to employ people.
World Bank report that indicated that South Africa is the most unequal country in the world's global poverty database. Mention of this report is made with the intention to create greater social divide, hide the shortcomings and corruption of the ruling party, and motivate the implementation of even harsher race-based legislation. What the ruling party doesn't do is the following. They do not mention the astronomical population growth in South Africa between 1993 and 2019. Black South Africans increased from 23.06 million to 47.45 million. Coloureds increased from 3.4 million to 5.08 million. Indians from 1.022 million to 1.45 million. And white South African population decreased from 5.1 million to 4.4 million people. If the number of Black South Africans doubled in 26 years, it's obvious that there would be more unemployment without economic growth because of government policies. Voorsitter, wat die ANC ook nalat om te noem is dat die
Chairperson, what the ANC also neglects to say is that the Monetary Fund in the 2021 report also mentioned that we can see the limitation in terms of labor law is also having a reaction on the international community, and it cannot justify this legislation. The government cannot mislead the public. We can also see that inequality, and the inequality that we currently have, is due to ANC policy. Chairperson, the big problem with broad-based Black economic empowerment is that despite that people are being discriminated against because of race, we can see that people who are being employed is only based on race and not about their knowledge, their capabilities, or taking the most successful candidate or most suitable candidate. They have to take a look at the Black candidate and employ them.
This is one of the major reasons why the state institutions and government is failing. Race-based quotas were just filled. Just fill them in. Skills and qualification were not the determining factor in most instances. As a result of this, appointees are being labeled and their capabilities are being questioned. Are they employed because they are qualified to do the work or because they fit the quota? Eskom ondervind steeds vaardigheidstekort nadat
We can see that we still have problems with Eskom due to this policy.
The Eskom COO, Jan Oberholzer, recently said that he was, and I quote, absolutely horrified, close quote, by the number of experienced staff lost at Kuburg Nuclear Power Station. Eskom engineers and technical staff are leaving the power utility because of affirmative action, a lack of career prospects, cadre deployment, and a toxic work environment, as indicated by my broadband. They went further. Die afgelope jaar het sowat 12,000 van Eskom se
In the past year, 12,000 employees of Eskom have resigned, capable people that we have lost, and who have also resigned in the previous years. We can see this includes engineers, capable people who are offered positions elsewhere, mostly overseas, because under the current legislation, they cannot continue working here or receive a promotion because they are too white.
Union Solidarity indicated that at least 346 engineers, artisans left Eskom in 12 months. Instead of retaining critical skills and training new artisans, in 2015, Eskom was apparently planning to reduce its white workforce, letting white managers and engineers go to comply with South Africa's Employment Equity Act. So onlangs as 2019 was nog 'n plan om aflegging.
In 2019, we can see that there was another plan to get rid of very capable workers at Eskom.
Eskom's recruitment policy, promotion policy, employment equity targets, and affirmative action appointments and procurement policy has made the environment in Eskom impossible for white engineers and artisans to get promotions and excel in their careers, close quote. Affirmative action and black economic empowerment has put South Africa in the dark ages, Chair. Chair, when we look at agri-parks that were established all over the country, initiatives to assist and empower many black communities, black farmers, agri-parks that are said to be assisted by government for up to 10 years to ensure economic sustainability. The majority of these parks are unsuccessful. Non-black people with a passion for farming and entrepreneurial skills are being discriminated against, deprived of a future, and labeled as non-suitable candidates. Even youth employment initiatives like Yes for Youth, it's advertised that everyone can apply, but the small print has it that only Africans in particular will be assisted and processed. Voorsitter, die hartseer is dat jong
Chairperson, the sad fact is that learners don't have any future because everything is based on race and the discrimination that goes with it. Especially with entry policies, we have so many proof that so many universities are blatantly discriminating against students with admissions. The recognition of the government that there was discrimination before and that this needs to be corrected and that the university will follow it. Secondly, that recognition of previously disadvantaged groups are justified. They also mention that the race discrimination and other factors such as culture, geography, and that these universities do their admissions with a quota system where they go according to the above mentioned criteria. It's very clearly that white students will receive the least points.
This quote is a comment from his famous letter from Birmingham jail. Open quote, one has not only a legal but moral responsibility to obey just laws. Conversely, one has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. Close quote. Huidige arbeidswetgewing en swart ekonomiese beleide.
Current legislation and black economic empowerment policies can see that it is discriminatory and that legislation is unjustified and seen as unfair. But the current legislation is approved with. It's not a building block for the country, but it is actually misleading.
Thank you very much. We will then proceed to Honorable FZ Machola. Honorable Machola.
Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Ombudsman Sondo, Deputy Ministers, MECs, honorable members, good afternoon. According to the latest figures from the World Inequality Database, South Africa is the most unequal country in the world, ranking first among 164 countries in the World Bank's Global Poverty Database. In our country, the richest 10% of the population own more than 85% of household wealth. In our country, one white male CEO earns the equivalent of 461 African women in the lowest decile of wages. In this country, the top 0.1% of the population own 25% of our entire country's wealth. These statistics, at least in part, explain why the South African economy has not grown as fast as we need, because highly unequal economies have been shown, including by the World Bank, to grow more slowly than more equitable economies. But for South Africa, this high level of inequality has a clear racial dimension. Black South Africans continue to bear the brunt of unemployment, low wages, lack of access to high quality education, lack of access to markets, and lack of access to finance to start a business. The report shows that lack of access to key productive assets such as skills, land, and capital is holding back our progress as a nation towards a more equitable income distribution and higher economic growth. It acknowledges something we all know, namely that the legacy of colonialism and apartheid, rooted in racial and segregation, spatial segregation, continues to reinforce inequality of incomes. This is why a call to end BBBEE is not just unhelpful from the perspective of needing to redress the damage of apartheid. It is also unhelpful if our objective as a nation is to grow our economy faster, lift people out of poverty, and give our people a better life for all. This acknowledgement is in our constitution, and it has been supported in multiple elections when millions of South Africans cast their democratic vote in support of the manifesto of the African National Congress. Section 217 of the Bill of Rights promotes an economy that can meet the needs of all its economic and social citizens through the development and creation of economic activity, job creation, skills development, and new enterprises in a sustainable manner. This will only be possible if the South African economy builds on the full potential of all persons and communities across the length and breadth of our country. Our main role as government in regard to BBBEE implementation is to create a conducive environment through the development of legislation and policies in consultation with social partners. Guidelines on how to implement are embedded in the codes of good practice that introduce measurements principles based on best practice. For its part, government has created the correct platform by identifying and implementing local content procurement and supplier development targets as a focus area within the BBBEE codes, as well as the Black Industrialist Policy Framework. Social partners should embrace and implement BBBEE, as well as ensure that there is monitoring, reporting, and accountability. Although we still have a lot to do as government and social partners, there are some achievements that we can highlight, and some of these are as follows. From 2003, when the BBBEE Act was first promulgated, to 2013, which marked the 10 years of BBBEE policy implementation, there were some significant achievements. 600 billion worth of BEE transactions, 500 publicly announced BBBEE ownership transactions worth at least 533 billion rand. Representation of Black people and women in senior management positions in the private sector had increased from less than 10% in the 1990s to more than 40% in 2013. The National Empowerment Fund had approved transactions worth more than 5 billion, with 60% of its beneficiaries being SMEs and support given to creation of 44,000 jobs. According to the Value of BEE Deals report published by Intellidex in June 2015, BEE deals by the JSE's 100 largest companies since 2000 have generated 317 billion in total value attributable to beneficiaries as at 31 December 2014. Of this amount, 52 billion, that is 16%, is attributable to staff schemes, 196 billion, that is 62%, to strategic investment partners, and 69%, 22%, 69 billion rand, which is 22%, to broad-based community schemes, which have featured in several financial sector ownership deals. The BEE Commission came into operation in 2016. One of the key functions of the BEE Commission is to measure BEE performance in the economy. Since 2015 to 2020, the following observations have been made in respect of the state of transformation in South Africa. One, there is a 0.86% reduction in the number of entities that have attained broad-based economic empowerment level 1 to 4 from the prior year. Two, the number of entities that are between level 5 and non-compliant have reduced by 23.38%. Three, the unaccounted difference between the movement in the entities that are between level 1 to 4 and level 5 to non-compliant could be a result of the reduced number of BEE certificates loaded on the BEE Commission's portal. The Black ownership has increased by 4.66%, with the opposite increase in the Black women ownership, which has decreased by 0.66%. Broad-based ownership schemes and employee share ownership programs are some of the widely recognized forms of ownership by broad-based group members in corporate South Africa. This, Honorable Chairperson, allows such businesses to divest equity rights to its key stakeholders, such as workers and the surrounding communities. The footprint of the impact of such a collective scheme ownership transaction spreads larger than a traditional equity partner would. It is important to note that the impact of such structures have benefited many Black beneficiaries in terms of access to the economy, while simultaneously increasing the Black ownership profile of the South African businesses landscape. This is evidenced by the most recent report on major transactions by the BEE Commission, authored in March 2020. Available data on BBOS, especially ESOPs, indicates in excess of 100 billion being transferred to employee owners, the number of which totals 220,000. Notably, employee share ownership program schemes include AB InBev's 5.4 billion in value, accruing to 6,780 workers, PepsiCo for 1.6 billion in value, accruing to 12,400 workers, FirstRand 6.5 billion in value, accruing to 4,485 workers, Tiger Brands 1.1 billion in value, accruing to 815 workers, Standard Bank 401 billion in value accruing to 586 workers. One of our key programs under the BBBE policy framework is the Black Industrialist Program, which is the program that was designed to address transformation of the manufacturing sector, whilst also ensuring that we broaden our industrial base as a country. Therefore, the uniqueness of the BI program is that it targets Black-owned entities so that we build a class of Black entrepreneurs that own, manage, and actively control enterprises in the productive sectors of the economy. This is in recognition of the fact that for many years in this country, Black people were not given an opportunity to fully participate in the mainstream economy. The year 2021 marked the 5th year since the program was launched, and we released the first annual Black Industrialist Report. The following achievements were highlighted in the report. Some 32 billion rand has been invested through funding initiatives within the DTIC in nearly 800 Black industrialist businesses and Black entrepreneurs. This funding has supported the creation of new and dynamic enterprises in a number of critical value chains across all 9 provinces, crowding in additional investment from the private sector, as well as creating and saving nearly 120,000 jobs. Over the next 5 years, social partners will seek to invest in new industries which can build local industrial capacity by up to 200 billion annually by the end of the year. The target of 200 billion, if fully achieved, can add an additional 4% to annual GDP and will further create opportunities for South African manufacturers, including small and medium businesses and industrial firms owned and controlled by Black South Africans, to grow their businesses and create jobs. Multinational companies that cannot sell their equity to Black South Africans and have never sold equity outside their country of origin are allowed to make a contribution towards equity equivalent investment program in return to be awarded full BE ownership points for an agreed period of time based on the investment amount. The value of the EEIP contribution may be measured against 25% of the business value of the South African operation or against 4% of the total revenue from its South African operations annually over the period of the continued measurement. These investments, Honorable Chairperson, are focused on enterprise and supplier development, critical skills development, and research and development. The beneficiaries of the program are Black South Africans and Black-owned South African companies. To date, 22 multinational companies across different sectors have been granted final approval to participate in the equity equivalent program. Of the approved number, 32% is automotive industry, 27% ICT sector, 18% manufacturing, and 23% is split between construction, healthcare, maritime, financial, and agricultural sectors, with total investment of more than 8 billion rand. More than 2,000 jobs, both direct and indirect, have been created since inception of the program and supported 87 emerging Black-owned businesses, including Black women and youth-owned businesses. ICT critical skills have been offered to youth, and opportunities have been created for students to access tertiary education to acquire skills, in particular ICT-related scarce skills. The NEF was created specifically to fund BBBE initiatives. The following is the highlight of what the NEF has done. Since inception, the NEF has approved a total of 1,233 transactions, which are worth 11.9 billion, with a total project value of 20.37 billion. As a result of these approvals, the NEF managed to disburse a total of 7.7 billion creating and sustaining in excess of 107,788 jobs, 71 of which were new jobs.
As you conclude, Deputy Minister.
As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, I would like to thank the NCOP for giving us this opportunity, and let us work together to reduce inequalities per race, gender, geographic spread. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP.
We'll now move on to Honorable M. Mboko. Honorable Mboko.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members of the NCOP, political parties present, senior government officials, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Let me first, on behalf of the Eastern Cape government, appreciate the opportunity that we have been given to partake in today's debate on the relevance and success of broad-based Black economic empowerment and employment equity legislation. Honorable Chair, the BBBEE policy and legislation remain the relevant documents that guide the implementation by provinces and state-owned entities in supporting the objectives of transformation. Our comprehension of BBBEE is that it is an integrated and coherent socio-economic process that aims to create sustainable growth and prosperity by ensuring expanded and meaningful involvement in the economy by individuals who have experienced previous injustices. Our support of this policy is therefore based on its aims and objectives, that of promoting economic transformation in order to enable meaningful participation of Black people into the mainstream economy of our country, given the history of South Africa. Enabling participation of Black people in the mainstream economy requires a focused intervention and a national effort by all stakeholders, including government, labor, business, and civil society. Honorable members, much of the discussion about BBBEE is on whether it is still relevant and if it has met its declared objectives. The quick answer is that BBBEE is now more important than ever. According to the World Bank analysis, as many people have indicated on this platform, South Africa is the world's most unequal country, ranking #1 out of 164 in the World Bank's Global Poverty Database. Honorable Chair, although we must acknowledge that it is a sound policy designed to successfully promote much needed transition, there have been implementation flaws that have been detected in the process. In terms of ownership and management, BBBEE has not made much progress, even though many businesses claim to have employment equity policies that they seemingly follow. This is not the case. The broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Commission's report on the national status and trends on BBBEE for 2019 showed a slight change in the levels of transformation, with the overall Black ownership reflecting a 4% point increase to 29%. Management control was at 39% overall, and among JSE listed entities, board control is at 43.6%. Only 3.3% of entities listed on the JSE are 100% Black owned, which is an improvement on the 1.2% reported in 2018 and the 1% in 2017. These numbers and other or statistics are far low when considering what the BBBEE policy intends to achieve. In light of that, with regards to access to state-related procurement contracts, a lot more is needed to support the targeted entities to ensure that their bids are packaged in a manner that stand them a chance to win the bid. Given the complexity required to ensure that, from a state perspective, all administrative processes will pass the muster of rigorous audits and ensure compliance, we have noted in some of the work done by entities under our authority such as the Special Economic Zones, Kuha Development Corporation and the East London Industrial Development Zone, that in the construction bids, there is a number of administrative errors made by these entities in their bid submissions, which show weaknesses or lack of knowledge or skill required to understand the requirements of the bid and respond accordingly. There's a huge difference between the quality of bids submitted by well-established entities and the small and emerging ones. Without seeing to argue that Black-owned entities are the only ones who are in SMEs. In the main, we do find that they are mainly in the SME category. Out of the total procurement preference points that are used to determine the lowest acceptable tender, only 10% for 90-10 and 20% for 80-20 preferences point system is allocated for BEE. This therefore means that even if the entity comes from the targeted group as defined by the BEE Act, they are not guaranteed our award unless their bid was also the lowest in terms of price, which is not a frequent case. Noting that there is a current uncertainty with how better targeted methods can be looked at following the recent judgment of the Constitutional Court on the issue of the procurement regulations, it is quite clear that a lot of work will have to be done with respect to state procurement to advance further the objectives of BEE. One of the critical issues that is emerging for a rural province like ours, which historically, save for the industrial centers of Nelson Mandela Bay and Buffalo City, is a need to look at more innovative ways of getting participation of the targeted groups in the economy beyond the issue of state contracts, which admittedly do play their role. And as a province, there are critical interventions that we're looking at, but saving time, I will not dwell on them now. Honorable members, the 20th Annual Commission on Employment Equity report revealed that white men still dominate senior management levels, with their representation being far above their share of the economically active population. Black representation at these levels has actually decreased over the years since 2001. Although moderate, there have been pockets of improvement in representation in both the public and private sectors. There is a more balanced representation in terms of democratic representation in the public sector, and progress is being made towards accomplishing equitable levels for women. Disability representation in both the private and public sectors remains a matter of concern. Since introducing the principle of equal pay for equal work for equal value, it has become much easier for vulnerable groups to report instances of unfair discrimination and pay disparities in the workplace. It is also very encouraging to see that the Labour Court and CCMA have played their part in ensuring that these cases receive attention they deserve. In our context, we believe that more effort needs still to be placed around the issue of the advancement of women, especially in traditionally male-dominated sectors. Honorable House Chairperson, through the implementation of the current policies, we have made a lot of progress to support our SMMEs to grow the economy. In transforming the environment within which SMMEs operate, more so in access to funding, we're implementing the Local and Regional Economic Development Fund. The purpose of the fund is to provide grant funding to enterprises which are not able to access funding from commercial banks and other developmental funding institutions to start up new enterprises or expand existing ones. Under the broad banner of BEE, the Department of Energy IPP office set its procurement rules for the first 4 rounds of wind or solar farm power purchase agreements at a special ratio of 70-30. This means that wind and solar farms were scored and awarded contracts based 70% on price and 30% on economic development commitments. These have included scores for job creation, local content, local ownership, socio-economic development, preferential procurement, management control, and enterprise development. An outcome of this is that the 16 wind farms and 1 solar farm that have been constructed to date have already spent 90 million rand to date on enterprise development initiatives in their local communities. They've also spent 330 million rand to date on socio-economic development initiatives in their local communities. They've also achieved 45% of South Africa's local content and 9,517 jobs to date. These figures are also indicative in our province, as we have quite a large number of these independent power producers. As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, I believe that both employment equity and BBBE were meant and continue to undo the injustices of the past and get the disadvantaged groups to participate and be represented in the economy. These tools have somewhat made a difference. However, there is still a lot to do to achieve the transformational agenda. With many businesses regarding it as little more than a matter of compliance, economic change, on the other hand, is a moral and social concern. We trust that under President Cyril Ramaphosa's leadership, who was central to the establishment of BBBE, there is a real possibility for BBBE to re-emerge as a top corporate priority, and there is no better moment to raise awareness of the need for economic change than now. State-owned institutions must continue to play an active role in driving BBBE for meaningful transformation to take place. Entrepreneurs are essential to any country's innovation, economic growth, and creation of jobs. However,
include the honorable member.
However, in the end, both public and private sector enterprises must consider whether they are actively contributing to transformation of South Africa and if they are actively supporting BBBE and employment equity. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. We will now proceed to Honorable Tim Protestant. Honorable Tim.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, and fellow South Africans, good day. A handy definition, my apologies, of public participation is found on the PMG website. It is a process wherein South Africans exercise their collective and individual initiatives to promote their interests in decision-making and oversight processes. Public participation is a process by which Parliament connects with the people, consults with the people before decisions are made. In this vein, the Select Committee responsible for Employment and Labour called for written submissions on the proposed Employment Equity Amendment Bill and the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases Amendment Bill. Those making submissions were then asked to attend a number of virtual meetings with the Select Committee in order to present the arguments submitted. The participants involved can be divided into those who prioritize economic growth and those who drain resources. The participants who drive economic growth included Business Unity South Africa, Banking Association of South Africa, Financial Intermediaries Association of South Africa, Association for Savings and Investment South Africa, South Africa Insurance Association, Master Builders South Africa, Construction Alliance South Africa, South African Civil Engineering Contractors, COMSOL, COID-Link, and the Injured Workers Action Group. On the other hand of the ideological debate are the participants who slavishly follow the Alliance agenda, the Congress of the South African Trade Unions, and the Black Business Council in the built environment. My colleagues, Honourable Boshoff and Honourable Lunt, will no doubt cover the details of the arguments from these actors who drive economic growth, but the following patterns emerged. 10 of the participants accepted and welcomed the need for transformation. 10 of the agents for economic growth questioned the rationality of allowing a minister to make sweeping unilateral changes to the working environment. 10 of the progressive participants questioned the right of the minister to make these changes without any consultation with the parties involved. 10 of the participants foresaw constitutional challenges to the legislation. Concerns were also raised that the version presented to Parliament and NEDLAC were different, indicating legislative subterfuge. Another element to note is that it appears that the ministers had developed a fond taste for the concept of a National Command Council, where they can rule by decree and sidestep Parliament and its checks and balances. Honourable Chairperson, the essential point to note is that of the 12 submissions that were received in written and oral form, albeit in a courteous and gracious manner, from veritable heavyweights in the business and professional sector, these submissions were simply brushed aside as if they were meaningless. And then, as if to placate an unruly child, concessions were made to consult with the caveat that this would only happen if the minister saw fit to do so. This practice renders meaningless and undermines the fabric of public participation. It leaves little or no incentive to involve oneself in an exercise that will be little, if any, fruit. Honourable Chairperson, let me be clear. The DA agrees that transformation is required. The difference between the ANC-led alliance and us is that we do not see this problem from the point of view of race exclusively. We view the challenge from the starting point that targets the vulnerable and the disadvantaged directly, the majority of whom are Black. This direct approach to assist those deserving of state intervention also makes it more difficult for those self-enrichment hyenas who do not require benefits. This will effectively also stem rampant corruption and patronage. Simply put, Chairperson, the DA has the solution. It is time for the ANC to step aside and abandon their Stalinist-era social policies and engage in ideas that can bring real change to all deserving South Africans, and not just the already rich connected golden circle. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. We'll then proceed to Honorable K. Muima. Honorable Muima.
Thank you, Chairperson. I greet all members of the NCOP and all the visitors.
On behalf of the African National Congress, to also take part, Chair, appreciating the fact that the broad-based Black economic empowerment has to be understood against the broader approach of the ANC with regard to economic transformation. As the ANC, we are categorical, Chair. We are saying that the matter of economic activity must not be understood for its own sake, or as it is not something mysterious that exists outside the course of history. But rather, we are saying that the matter of economic activity must be seen as a bread and butter issues of our community. Therefore, this is at the center of our economic policy, of which the broad-based Black economic empowerment is one component thereof. But I think what is critical is that fundamental to our economic policy, Chair, is the matter of political economy. In essence, it is a matter of the distribution of income and assets to our historically Black majority. What's important, Chair, is to also appreciate the fact that the socioeconomic challenges we experience today must be understood as being institutionalized by a colonial system that thrived due to the super exploitation by a ruling class that enabled huge differences in income and wealth to exist between white and Black, which are today some of the largest differences in the world, hence the relevance and the importance of the BBEE. At the level of the constitutional imperative, Chair, it is important to understand that as the ANC, we have always said that the main objective of struggle for freedom and subsequent policies that we are implementing as the ANC-led government has always been to open up opportunities for all historically disadvantaged people of South Africa. Hence, even our constitution, as correctly pointed out by the Deputy Minister, is to heal the divisions of the past and establish society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights to improve also the quality of life of all citizens. More so, Chair, the preamble of our constitution is very instructive that we need to build a country and an economy that is developmental and inclusive for all South Africans. No wonder Section 217 of the Constitution, which was referred to by the Minister, is instructive to organs of state to pursue procurement policies that seek to advance certain categories of people who were disadvantaged by apartheid. More so, National Chair, Section 9.2 of the Constitution states that equality includes the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms. And therefore, it becomes important that we invoke the platform, both at the level of parliament and government, to promote equality legislatively and other measures designed to protect or advance persons or category of persons that were disadvantaged by unfair discrimination. Therefore, the section takes into consideration that deliberate action is required from the state and other stakeholders to correct the imbalances of the past. So therefore, Chair, broad-based Black economic empowerment is therefore a transformational and constitutional imperative. It is important, Chair, to make a distinction between formal equality and also substantive equality in pursuance of our broader program to empower our historically disadvantaged people. One can draw a distinction by just outlining that formal equality means that people should be treated equitably regardless of their particular circumstances. Formal equality simply requires that people should have the same rights and entitlements. Equality is therefore achieved if people are afforded the opportunity to compete equally on the basis of individual talents. It does not take into account the social and economic disparities between groups and individuals. This is a political and this is a historical. This is a narrow posture and understanding that the Freedom Front Plus want the members of this House to accept. On the other hand, substantive equality provides that equality can only be achieved if people's actual social and economic conditions are examined. And this is the approach, Chair, that guide the ANC's approach in terms of particular program targeting particular people that historically were disadvantaged. For that reason, Section 9.2 as an instrument for transformation and the creation of a truly equal society is a powerful tool of transformation. It is also important, Chair, to understand that the broad-based Black economic empowerment program has been implemented, among other things, to ensure participation of previous disadvantaged individuals. But what is quite critical is to ensure that those individuals participate in the mainstream economy and the reduction of this inequality. It is also important, Chair, to raise to the fore that BBEE has three imperatives: moral imperative, social imperative, and economic imperative. At the moral imperative level, it is to correct the imbalances created by colonialism of a special type. At the social issue, the wealth divide between the rich and the poor, which are dominated by racial categories and is the cause of various social ills. It has to be corrected through the BBEE. At an economic imperative level, the BBEE is not merely a moral or a social issue, but most importantly, a pragmatic growth strategy which aims to realize the country's economic growth. It is insufficient for the Constitution to ensure that discriminatory treatment of the past is eliminated. What is important is that we have to put in place concrete measures like the BBEE to be able to address the imbalances of the past. More so, since the apartheid was first and foremost a system of economic exploitation that preserved the fruits of South Africa's enormous natural resources, mainly for the white people, it obstructed the emergence of a local Black business class and the middle strata. As a result, our democratic breakthrough came with these huge disparities and structural change. What is also important is to also understand that the African National Congress, in redressing poverty and inequality, are a central focus mainly in relation to access to productive assets, wealth, income, skills, development, and employment. The benefits thereof must be shared across society and impact as widely as possible. The transformation of our economy will occur only if the South African economy builds on the full potential of all persons and communities across the length and breadth of our country. Unfortunately, this grand vision of our economy has largely not been achieved. Our country today is grappling with the triple challenges, but what is quite important, it is important that we are able to accelerate this implementation of our triple BEE. The challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality are due to the unique socioeconomic characteristics created by the decades of colonialism. But also it is important that we raise that when the democratic government took office in 1994, the South African economy was characterized by high fiscal deficit, small and insular business sector, small education and FET sector focused disproportionately on benefiting the wise and heavy reliance on raw mineral exports. Since 1994, triple BE has been a major thrust of all government policies, but there were inconsistent strategies towards its implementation. The South African economy still excludes the vast majority of its people from ownership of productive assets and advanced skills. So therefore, the economy performs below its potential because of the lower level of income earned and generated by the majority of our people. It is important that social partners must implement triple BEE as well as ensuring that there is accountability in order to increase the effective participation of the majority of South Africans in the economy. This is the only way we will truly integrate all South Africans socially and economically. Part of the reasons why our economy is still untransformed and characterized by high levels of concentration is simply that the apartheid government consciously and actively supported champions in different sectors, developed industrial state-owned enterprises and monopolies and agricultural imperatives that were later privatized and condoned industry cartels in its effort to promote the self-sufficiency and economic interest of white minority. We are in the process of correcting this historical injustice to ensure that everyone has equitable access to resources and effectively building an inclusive society. In conclusion, it's important, Chair, that we know that with high levels of poverty, unemployment, and inequality inherited from the past, it is disgraceful and unapologetically a racist for people who benefited from a system that perpetrated genocide against the indigenous people of this country to challenge policies and attempts to transform our society to make it inclusive for everyone who lives in it. Members of the Freedom Front Plus and the DA believe they are the only ones entitled to live a dignified life. You must know that everyone has a right to live a dignified life. Everyone has a right to participate in the economic life of their country. And it is our responsibility as the African National Congress that represent the majority of the people of South Africa to ensure that this indeed becomes a reality. And therefore, broad-based Black economic empowerment is such a tool to deal with the structural challenges of our economy. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Honorable Mpho Parks Tau. Honorable Tau.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy Ministers, MECs, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to reflect on the theme of the relevance and success of broad-based Black economic empowerment and employment and the progressive BBBE Act enacted in 2003 to drive forward transformation and industrialization in the country. The objective of the BBBE Act is clear in seeking to increase the number of previously disadvantaged social groups to participate meaningfully in the mainstream economy through various interventions. Honorable Chairperson, today is a momentous day in affirming practically for the citizens and communities of townships and informal settlements in the Gauteng city region, with the Gauteng Provincial Legislature passing the game-changing Township Economic Development Bill, setting in law a new deal for Gauteng townships and in action a new economic geography in our province. In fact, the BBBEE Act does for disadvantaged Black people what the Township Economic Development Act will do for disadvantaged Black spaces. Mention is made of the Township Economic Development Bill since it aims to affirm South African citizens and communities to certain classes of benefits, including changing how townships are regulated and governed, setting up better procurement rules and programmatic support, deploying a dedicated financing mechanism for firms engaged in township economic revitalization activities, providing legal framing for the taxi economy initiatives, providing legal framing for the commercial rapid land release initiatives, and provide legal framing for the township backyard real estate initiative. Honorable members, regarding the BBBEE Act, as a legislative and policy support of previously disadvantaged groups, of which the majority are Black, it was necessitated by the historical fact that in 1994, more than 80% of the economy was owned by the minority, and Black people were owning less than 20% of the economy. Most importantly, the BBBEE Act was not conceptualized and subsequently implemented from an ideological vacuum. It was informed by the 1955 Freedom Charter, premised on the principles of promoting equal rights and shared opportunities, and also redress, redistribution, social, economic, and spatial justice. Equally, it was informed by the 1996 Constitution, which enjoins the democratic government to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. Therefore, the seminal question before us is whether we've made substantial and quantifiable progress since 2003 when the Act was enacted. Likewise, we have to pause and reflect on what programmatic measures we are making to reverse the gains rolled back by the COVID-19 health and economic pandemic. Obviously, we cannot deny that these two crisis points also serve as an opportunity to address the persistent structural economic inequities that have existed in post-apartheid South Africa. As the sixth administration, led by our Premier David Makura, we have an opportunity to do things differently. In other words, or rather in the words of Mariana Mazzucato, the post-pandemic trajectory demands that we do capitalism differently. This requires a rethink of what governments are for. In her estimation, governments should ensure that partnerships with business, involvement government funds are driven by public interest, not primarily profit. If the 2021 July civil unrest have highlighted anything, it is that wealth and income inequality, if they are not addressed decisively, will remain a time bomb that threatens our country's democracy dividend. As such, the BBBEE legislative and policy framework remains relevant in 2022 as it was in 2003 and indeed before then. If we are to save the project of building and refashioning South Africa to reflect the ideals enshrined in the Charter and our Constitution, it is a non-negotiable. We stand full square behind this policy and implement it as compulsory to all public institutions and private sector institutions. Chairperson, what progress has been made since 2003? The implementation of the BBBEE policy has not been satisfactorily implemented in the country by both public and private sectors since 2003. The public sector non-compliance has created a situation where private sector does what can best be characterized as malicious compliance, whereby there are very minimum benefits to intended beneficiaries and the impact is reasonably minuscule. With regards to the current state of PPP compliance, in most public institutions, there is relatively little compliance. By PPP compliance, it refers to the effective and efficient implementation of the 5 PPP elements by the private sector and the 4 elements by the public sector as prescribed in the codes of good practice. To remind us of these elements, these are ownership, only applicable to the private sector, of course, management control, skills development, enterprise and supplier development, and socio-economic development. These elements are very important in driving transformation and enabling Black people to play a meaningful role in the economy of the province. Ladies and gentlemen, how has the Gauteng provincial government fared in connection to PPE? And is there a promising narrative to tell? In 2021, the Gauteng Department of Economic Development decided to take the implementation of the PPE policy with arguably decisive political will. The department and its group, which consists of the GGDA, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, and others, contributed an immediate 14 million rand towards the implementation of the Act in the 2021-22 financial year. This budget covers the PPP elements mentioned above of skills development, supplier development, enterprise development, and socio-economic development. We have decided to do this through targeted partnerships with civil society institutions. The 3 implementing partners that are appointed to implement these elements are the Tshwane University of Technology, Family Tree, and the Gauteng City Region Academy. Honorable Chairperson, in conclusion, the Gauteng province will be the first province to implement the PPE policy in the country, whereby all public institutions are contributing towards the PPE budget and managed centrally in a provincial war room as from the next financial year. We estimate that this decisive approach will enable the province to implement sizable empowerment projects in high growth sectors and meaningfully empower previously disadvantaged social groups. By the end of the financial year, the province is expected to make a significant impact in terms of economic growth, job creation, and closing the inequality gap. This important task will be done by the GPG War Room using resources provided by public institutions and willing private sector stakeholders. Excuse me. Undoubtedly, what has been achieved in the current financial year by the Department of Economic Development and its related agencies is groundbreaking and serves as a benchmark. The province is on course to upscale PPE implementation in the next financial year and beyond. As the National Development Plan guides us, no political democracy can survive and flourish if the mass of our people remains in poverty without tangible prospects for a better life. As I indicated, Chairperson, in the introduction, today is a momentous day in the passing of the Township Economic Development Bill by the Provincial Legislature, which is an enabling legislative and policy framework to implement decisively the ideals of the National Development Plan. Thank you very much.
The chair is muted.
You're muted, yes.
I'll say that I'm now handing over presiding to Honorable Ngwenya, but our next speaker is Honorable Aplen. Honorable Aplen.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks, Chair. South Africa has since 1994 embarked on a number of approaches aimed at addressing inequality which exists as a result of past discrimination. Broad-based Black economic empowerment is one of a number of policies introduced to promote the economic participation of Black people in the South African economy. Despite government efforts on Black economic empowerment, change has been very slow, so slow that racial inequality and white supremacy will remain a vivid reality in South Africa. At inception, the introduction of the BBBE policy was considered important in promoting the participation of Black individuals in the local economy. It has also emerged as a policy aimed at increasing Black ownership of shares in major corporations. With employment equity legislation focusing mainly on employment opportunity redress in work practices, both the BBBE and employment equity legislation remain necessary to remedy the economic imbalances perpetuated during apartheid. As one of the major consequences of apartheid, as apartheid was the deliberate exclusion of Black people from meaningful participating in the economy. Chairperson, these two pieces of legislation were intended to be instruments through which to forward economic, political, and social interests of Black South Africans in order to rectify social and economic inequalities. However, 28 years later, we stand here faced with the stark reality that the economic and social marginalization and impoverishment of Black majority has persisted and has instead been reproduced. Black economic empowerment in its current form has failed dismally to transform the pattern of South Africa's economic ownership. As BBBE and the so-called Black empowerment laws are largely about few male elites who are fronting for white established owned companies, it has enriched only a small number of well-connected politicians and businessmen such as Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa and his acquaintances. And the share of Blacks in the lowest income categories has remained high. After 28 years since the introduction of the BBBE Charter and legislation, there has been no measurable, visible change of any economic ownership in South Africa. Blacks remain poor, unemployed, despised emergency of the so-called middle class, and those deprived of decent education by apartheid regime appear to have no better income opportunities now than they did before the BBBE. In the hands of the ruling party, Black economic empowerment legislation has been but a system which seeks to form a Black capitalist class for the sole purpose of creating legitimacy of a neoliberal economy and political system leading to very limited results. There has been a failure to deliver meaningful change in areas that need it the most, such as land, skills development, and employment. There also still exist differences in performances between historically white and Black institutions in education, healthcare, with higher levels of inequality and unemployment throughout the country. Chairperson, the reality that we are faced with once again is that South Africa's economic resources will never be transferred to the majority of the people or deployed for their benefit unless decisive steps and actions are taken to address the crisis, economic racial inequalities in the financial sector. The BBBE, its current form, will never achieve any major changes of South African economic patterns. For what is required is leadership which is willing to enforce it to its fullest. In the absence of decisive leadership, the founding manifesto of the economic freedom fighters has laid out a roadmap on what constitutes the economic transformation in South Africa. South Africa needs to create a state bank which will serve as means to guarantee the majority's access to cheaper financial services. State-owned banks have played important role in the economies that have had to catch up with the industrial world. In other nations, such as in the Eastern Asia economies, state intervention was also critical to economic performance. The Constitution needs to be amended to forcefully speak to address economic patterns to reflect demographics of South African population. We need to pass enforceable legislation and laws that will guarantee Black economic ownership and control, and the success of women-owned businesses in South Africa. For current policies have proven very weak in principle and practice. We need a radical economic revolution program premised on the consensus of all political parties in South Africa. Legislation and other measures designed to protect advanced persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination must be taken. Enforceable economic legislation is the most correct way of beginning to achieve economic inclusion, because the record of social contracts and compacts aimed at achieving Black ownership and control of the economy have failed dismally for the vast majority, while enriching Black elite to be found across both the economic and political domains. And most importantly, Chairperson, the land question needs to be resolved. For without land, there is no economic policy that will survive. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable R. Pillay. MEC, Economy and Development.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Ministers, MECs, Honorable Members, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be part of this important debate and the opportunity to reflect on broad-based Black economic empowerment, which is unmistakably a key part of our government's integrated policy instrument for economic transformation. Honorable members, it is a matter of common cause that various studies reveal that despite our success on a broad range of government policies, strategy interventions, the entrenched inequalities continue to characterize our economy, and we argue act as a barrier to economic growth, development, and employment creation. Inequalities continue to manifest themselves in a number of ways, such as race, gender, and youth unemployment. The 2019 BBBEE National Status Report released by the BBBEE Commission in 2020 shows a slight change in the levels of transformation, with the overall Black ownership reflecting a 4% increase from 25% in 2018 to 29%. Management control was sitting at 39% overall, and JSE listed entities board control was at 43.6%. The report indicated that Black South Africans held directorships on JSE list entities, but only 3.3% of the entities listed are 100% Black owned, which was 1.2% in 2018 and 1% in 2017. The three least performing sectors in ownership were agri-BEE at 12%, financial at 25%, forestry at 26%, but with construction at 44%, property at 42%, and ICT at 36%, showing a relatively better performance. Women ownership in 2019 remains around 10% in all sectors except property at 11%, transport at 12%, tourism at 14%, and construction at 16%. On average, contributions towards skills development and enterprise and supplier development ranged between 50 to 60% in 2018 and 2019. This is indicative, however, of just benefit from bursaries, partnerships, and incubation opportunities. However, absorption into sustainable jobs or supply chain remains a challenge for many young Black youth entrepreneurs. This analysis has not expanded to assess the impact and sustainability of the initiative. And this is a clear indication that while there's a progress made in the implementation of BBBEE policy, however, we have not achieved our objective, in fact, far from it. And we are under no illusion that when we introduced the policy, that the transformation challenges were going to be solved overnight. At the same time, we cannot at any point stagnate and simply watch a buildup of frustration by a new generation exacerbated by population growth. I would, however, like to point out from the onset that there's a lot of misconceptions and misinterpretations of our policy and economic transformation, some of it deliberate and some of it simply uninformed. We refuse to associate BEE with corruption or the fact that success depends on knowing somebody in a higher places. I submit that total transparency is the first tool to overcoming this particular distortion. So one of our first tasks then is to defeat this narrative, but also to expose corruption wherever it may occur. It is therefore proper to start and emphasize this point that these misconceptions must be dealt with head on. And I would like to stress the following points. We reject all the misconceptions associating economic transformation with malpractices that have nothing to do with the policy. BEE, as we understand it with government, is a strategy designed for Black people to have much greater ownership proportionate to the population of our people. This relates to Black people in management, in control, and equitable representation in the workplace. It relates to skills development and enterprise and supplier development. Furthermore, BEE codes of good practice prescribe that we must apply BBBEE measures whenever government is involved in the areas of ownership, supplier and enterprise development, and even licensing and concessions, just to mention a few. It is perhaps appropriate to comment on the debate around the preferential procurement regulations, which is subject to the Constitutional Court re-examination, hopefully sooner rather than later. We are quite clear that there is nothing wrong with the Constitution. There is nothing wrong with the Act. In fact, the Act itself is not under attack. It's the regulations on the technical interpretation or whether they lay within the power of the minister to issue. So we do not want that issue to be confused in any way. In fact, we are very clear that Section 2171 of the Constitution provides an overarching basis for fairness and competitiveness and cost effectiveness, amongst other principles. 2172 is a clear authorization for measures that are designed to effect transformation, having regard to our historic apartheid past. Section 2173 simply says that those measures must be set down in law. It is therefore, I want to say, make it very clear that we reject any unscrupulous individuals who work against the objectives of the BEE policy by benefiting themselves at the expense of our people. In fact, we are quite categoric that those people are stealing from the poor. We therefore urge anyone who has any information or evidence regarding malpractices, whether in government or in the private sector, to come forward and report such occurrences. It is perhaps appropriate to reflect on this phenomenon of business forums that have arisen in our country and in our province as well. We want to be very clear, as we have said repeatedly to them directly in engagement. If you want to behave in a mafia protection type of racket, then the law must take its course. If you are interested in genuine empowerment, then that our doors are open and we will engage with you. We therefore urge anyone, as I indicated, to come forward to expose anyone engaged in such wrongdoing. Chairperson, I'm saying all this to demonstrate the fact that our government is faced with tasks that require our collective efforts. Yes, we will also deal with issues of improving supplier payment turnaround times. At the same time, we expect that Black suppliers are given opportunities to provide services. They will also produce quality and deliver on time. We definitely are not going to compromise on that. So again, I want to say that we will reject the narrative that seeks to vulgarize our transformation, seeks to criminalize our transformation, seeks to compromise and subvert our genuine transformation efforts. Chairperson, we have designed very effective and targeted programs in our province. We have established energetic coalitions with labor, business, and civil society in the form of the KZN Economic Council and the Growth Coalition. I've heard other speakers decrying the concept of a social compact, but we believe very strongly that it's only when we work together as a nation that we are most likely to succeed. So in this social compact, we have responsibilities for which we are accountable for as a government to create the capable, effective state, on business to create transformation opportunities, as well as on labor and civil society. Honorable Chair, we are living in an area where people across the globe are despondent about establishments that are not bearing tangible benefits for them. People are no longer satisfied with just flowery speeches, grandiose plans, economic theories, and endless promises of a better life. They want to see their lives changing for the better. Unfortunately, this wave of anger is also becoming a breeding ground for demagogues who are exploiting the legitimate concerns of the people for their own ends. Therefore, it is incumbent upon all of us as patriotic South Africans to rally and unite behind a credible, sensible plan that seeks to transform our economy in a sustainable way. In this regard, Chair, we take the view that our economy is 30% in the hands of the state directly or indirectly, and 70% in the hands of the private sector. So in the public sector, we seek to use our procurement spend in a way that will advance our BEE agenda. In KZN, we have several specific programs. One of them is the Vular Fund. At the moment, we've just rolled out the Vular Fund, which benefits 1,018 SMMEs throughout the length and breadth of the province. This seeks to directly counter that argument that BEE seeks to benefit an elite few. 1,018 SMME beneficiaries across the province is a significant number. We hope soon, later this year, to open what we call Vular Window 2 to assist a similar number. But also, we're not just giving out money. We are supplying equipment to a particular value to empower these SMMEs. And we have 3 tiers in that benefit, from 200,000 to 500,000, and a tier 3 at 2 million, but all still in the SMME category. We have a youth fund. We have a RACET program. RACET is a radical agrarian socio-economic transformation program. This seeks to go to the small growers,
as you conclude,
the subsistence farmers, and take them from subsistence to small holding and then to commercial farms. In the last 2 quarters that we've measured, we've benefited 450 farmers who have generated 31 million of actual production where we've provided market access. In conclusion, Chair, no rational, patriotic South African can question the principle and objectives of BBBEE. It is an absolute imperative for our sustainable future. Certainly, we can debate methods, obstacles, and solutions, but not the principle. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable S. Boshoff, DA.
Honourable Deputy House Chair, Honourable Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans, good day. In 2019, government published a 25-year review focusing on the progress made by South Africa since democracy in 1994. However, inequality remains, making South Africa one of the most unequal societies in the world, and the gap between the rich and the poor is the highest in the world, according to a World Bank report. This, despite the ANC's mandate to redress inequality. If it wasn't so sad, Honourable Deputy House Chair, it would be laughable that the ANC slogan is a better life for all. Two of the key ways that government aimed to redistribute wealth post-1994 was through employment equity schemes and taxes. In doing so, they wanted to overcome the economic legacy of apartheid. While taxes were effective to some degree, government admits that empowerment schemes have largely not been successful. The policy of affirmative action in both the public and private sectors was aimed at providing redress so that more Black people and women were able to access job opportunities, especially in the professional and management levels. Empowerment schemes as part of Black economic empowerment included inter alia and unfair emphasis on race and workers rather than qualifications and experience. The shortage of essential skills due to the plight and unemployment of skilled workers, which resulted in a weakened economy and doomed millions of job seekers to the despair of unemployment, has only enriched the politically connected elite. Which now brings me to the Employment Equity Amendment Bill. This proposed bill is nothing but a means of the ANC to bestow untoward powers on the Minister of Employment and Labour to allow him to wield the workforce into a shape that is deemed racially acceptable by them. This bill will wreak havoc on an already failing economy. Investors will be deterred, growth will be stunted, and jobs will continue to dwindle. No one in their right mind would want to invest in this country or start a business when a politician is given the powers to decide what the labor force must look like and how the labor market should operate. Argue as they may, the numerical sectoral targets, which will now be set by the minister, is nothing short of quotas, which is in contravention of the Constitution. The ANC must admit that they've lost the battle on job creation. The president finally came around to what the DA has been preaching, that government doesn't create jobs, businesses create jobs. Honourable Deputy House Chair, mark my words, the repercussions with the enacting of this bill will be felt for generations to come. The ruling party should rather shift its focus to increasing the pool of available skills through the establishment of a first-rate education system. To fix a problem, you start at the root of it, but alas, that is not the way of thinking for the ANC. Through years of incoherent ANC policies, stringent regulations, red tape, corruption, and last but not least, state capture, the economy has been severely damaged. We saw the economy slump by a whopping 7% in 2020, the biggest since 1946. And who was to blame? No one else but COVID-19. Unfortunately, Honourable Deputy House Chair, South Africa was in a crisis long before COVID. But like the ANC is, they always shift the blame and never look at themselves. Since 2012, the economy has not grown by more than 3% per annum. In 2021, we saw the loss of over 1 million jobs, with our unemployment rate sitting at a whopping 46.6% on the expanded definition. 25.5 million South Africans are unemployed and not economically active, with many skilled workers and capital leaving the country. The question we must ask ourselves is, will we ever get these people and their skills back to the shores of South Africa? It is time that the ANC realizes that the proposed Employment Equity Amendment Bill will do nothing for the poor or the marginalized or the masses in rural areas on whose behalf the ANC professes to speak. This bill will only assist the politically connected elite, widening the already huge inequality gap. What the minister and his government should be doing is explaining to the 21.6 million Black South Africans who are unemployed and not economically active and unlikely to find jobs how the implementation of this bill will lessen their plight and provide them with the necessary jobs rather than relying on a meager social grant. The proposed Employment Equity Amendment Bill, as it stands now, does not target or advance the disadvantaged and will most definitely not promote the achievement of equality in the foreseeable future. Government should rather concentrate its efforts on fixing education, freeing the labor market from excessive regulations, building competitiveness, and making the country more attractive to local and foreign investors. But however, I have the feeling the ANC is not very good at multitasking. I would like to make it clear that the DA is committed to real Black empowerment and is continuing with seeking ways to broaden economic inclusion for the previously disadvantaged and deliberately excluded by virtue of their race, but also gender equality and disability. One of the DA's core values is a fair society, and it remains imperative for us to build both a moral and economic society and take steps to redress the painful legacy of apartheid. That is why the DA will seek to table a private members' bill called the Social Impact Bill that will seek to scrap the BBBEE Act and introduce criteria based on sustainable development goals. Crucially, we have always maintained that we aim to achieve a society in which race is not a determinant of opportunity. We have argued that empowerment policies need to become less race-focused over time as policies begin to do their work in redressing the legacy of apartheid. The only reason the ANC government has had to focus ever increasingly on narrow racial categorization is because the empowerment policy has failed so dismally. An empowerment framework must be one that does not speak to race, but equal opportunities for all South Africans. We believe that it is possible to design an empowerment framework that will deliver equality of opportunity for all South Africans over time, and we will seek to prove that with our private members' bill. In conclusion, Honourable Deputy House Chair, I wish to unequivocally state that with the DA steering the ship with regard to employment equity, it is the only way South Africa will see a bright future as we believe in a fair, open, opportunity and diverse society for all. I end with a quote from Ellen Wilkinson. Unemployment is bigger than a political party. It is a national danger and a national scandal. It would therefore, Honourable Deputy House Chair, bode the ruling party well to digest the words of Ellen Wilkinson. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honourable Boshoff. The next speaker is Honourable Hadebe, Inkatha Freedom Party. Honourable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Deputy House Chair, thank you, colleagues. The IFP has always been in support of upliftment, which is specifically defined in the words of His Excellency, our parliamentary leader, the Honourable Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, I quote, to give a hand up and not a hand out. This means that the broad-based Black economic empowerment and employment equity must not be used as a vehicle for a get-rich-quick scheme for certain individuals. It needs to be more comprehensive than that. It must go on to create a foundation upon which Black-owned, run and inclusive businesses are permanently featured in our economy. Further, it means that businesses and employment of Black South Africans is sustainable and valuable. Only once this is achieved can we start seeing meaningful integration and ownership of our economy at local levels. If we look at Southeast Asia economies, we will see that it is the local residents who have complete control of the informal and formal sectors. Their ability to grow their economies comes from the ability to create a large population consumer base. This is done through locally owned businesses, which employ local people that benefits their own economy. Currently, what has been observed is that only a few have managed to capture and exploit the system by turning it into a get-rich-quick scheme. We need to start seeing greater attention paid to targets at local and rural levels of the broad-based Black economic empowerment. Policy starting to be met. A greater emphasis must be placed on how to assist the rural-based people in accessing a growing economy with sustainable jobs. The EEE policy is also one that is not very well publicized and translated to people at grassroots levels. We need to start seeing a consistent monitoring and evaluation whereby year on year, we are able to adapt our targets and strategies for the best possible reach to rural poverty-struck communities. I thank you, Honorable Deputy House Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable S.M. Dlamini, Deputy Minister of Small Business. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, and good afternoon to the other DMs, the MECs, and other members of the NCOP. Firstly, it is important that we must remind ourselves that the broad-based Black economic empowerment legislation was born out of the commitment to address the historical injustices in our country. The revised BBBE codes were introduced in 2015 after an evaluation of the impact, in which it was concluded that the majority was still being sidelined by the then BEE legislation interventions. Secondly, the BEE economic legislation mirrored the intention and decisive state intervention policies implemented by the colonial and apartheid government, which were aimed at reaffirming the white Afrikaners and white British over the Black and African majority. Thirdly, the colonial and apartheid state legislations were always intentional and decisive to support Afrikaners, and so must be the legislations of a democratic government. Our legislations must continue to target the historically disadvantaged individuals, the majority of whom happened to be Black and African. We cannot ignore history. For an example, amongst the measures the apartheid government took to discourage the growth of African business in the urban areas included that the plot on which an African could set up a business was limited to an area scarcely bigger than that of a matchbox township house in the businessman. was not aligned to own more than one business, nor was he allowed to form partnerships or companies. If a businessman or businesswoman wished to expand his business or activities, he was given the option of doing so in the Bantustans. The democratic government must learn from this history and ensure that it remains duly bound to affirm the historically disadvantaged people of our country, in particular, Black people who are Africans, colored, and Indians, women, youth, and rural communities, and people living with disabilities. The BBBE legislation remain relevant, I say, particularly for small business, given the fact that most of them are Black, African, in particular, which include women. They are registered as either SMEs or cooperatives in terms of the BEE. They are classified either as exempted micro entrepreneurs with an annual turnover of 10 million rands or less, qualifying small enterprises with an annual turnover of 10 million and 50 million rands. The application of the BBBE is guided by 11 relevant sector codes of good practice, which amongst others, determine qualification criteria for the issuing of licenses, concessions, or other authorizations in respect of economic activity in terms of any law, develop and implement preferential procurement policy, determine qualification criterion for the sale of state-owned enterprises, determine criteria for the awarding of incentives, grants, and investments scheduled in support of BBBE, etc. The revised BBBE codes of good practice came into effect on 1 May in 2015 and is meant to reorientate the framework and reposition the BBBE as a catalyst for economic growth and development, and to set the record straight regarding the myth that the BBBE is counterproductive and does not assist in growing the economy. The enterprise and supplier development element is one of the priority elements in which measured entities are required to meet 40% of the targets on enterprise development. Supplier development of the categories will result in the overall achieved BBBE status level being discounted. The new trajectory of the BBBE codes is to encourage and cultivate the following in the South African economy. 1, change South African business culture to be supportive of entrepreneurship and diversification of value chains. Concerted effort in linking BBBE with other government economic development strategies such as industrial policy, competitive supplier development programs, new growth path. 3, empowerment efforts should result in the promotion of a culture of venturing into new territories, operational excellence, and risk-taking. focus on business and injuries that results in significant job creation and addressing socio-economic challenges. The last one is the symbiotic relationship between the public and the private sector, and amongst private sector players and large and small enterprises to unlock opportunities for smaller enterprises and cooperatives. Our Department of Small Business Development will explore the following. One, a mutually beneficial relationship with private sector for supplier development opportunities for SMMEs. Two, and it's the department and its agencies, which are SEDA and CEFA, to provide financial and non-financial support to participating in business growth through variety of programs, e.g. in small enterprise manufacturing support program, technology transfer, facility, asset finance, bridging loan, etc. The third one will that the department and its agencies have a pipeline of small businesses that are ready to provide products and services to markets in various sectors of the economy. The last one, potential partners be prepared to provide a financial and non-financial, especially quality and standards training, support to participating small businesses as per the BBBE Codes of Good Conduct. Focus of supplier development opportunities to be of assistance with scale, growth, and sustainability. In conclusion, Deputy Chairperson, the BBBE legislation remains the main government legislation informed by the Constitution, whose aim is to advance the economic transformation, enhance the participation of historically disadvantaged individuals. Therefore, I put the point, it still remains relevant, this BBBE, the Black people, Africans in particular, Black people in general, colored, Indian, women, youth, rural communities, and persons with disability should be covered, and we must work hard to ensure that more people can be assisted through this policy. I thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Deputy Minister. The next speaker is Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, a good education and proper training are measures that bring about real empowerment, because knowledge is power and knowledge is also a virtue. And therefore, the right thing to do would be to give our people power through knowledge, and the wrong thing to do would be to focus just on the outputs of racial representation while neglecting the input of a decent education. Currently, affirmative action fails to solve the real problems of disempowered people in South Africa, and these realities are apparently not seen by the ANC government. The battle against poverty and unemployment under all of South Africa's people is being lost because of the chronic skills shortages. People are just not trained for the type of jobs the South African economy can provide. And if the government is genuinely committed to solving poverty and unemployment, it will find it has no choice but to make use of all the skilled workers, regardless of the color of their skins. The skill shortages is a crippling constraint on economic growth, and we can't afford to pick and choose among job applicants on racial grounds at a time when South Africa needs every person who can contribute. Let us rather appoint the best person for the job in terms of qualification, skills, and abilities. Honorable Chair, Eskom is one of the companies in the country driving affirmative action the hardest, without realizing that you can only drive the issue if you can get the people with the right skills and the right knowledge to do the work. But this is not the case at Eskom. It is clearly visible if you look at the state of Eskom and the state of load shedding. Skilled people with years of experience are leaving Eskom due to the fact that there is no future for them because promotions are awarded based on race and instead of competence. This is also the case at every company and institution in South Africa where affirmative action is being implemented, especially at state-owned enterprises like Denel, South African Airways, the Post Office, SABC, Transnet, and only to name a few. And not to mention the state of municipalities all over South Africa, where service delivery is almost non-existent, infrastructure is deteriorated, and corruption is in the order of the day. And all of this because the right people are not employed based on skill and experience, but rather based on the color of their skin. Black economic empowerment is increasing the number of incompetent companies, skewing the economy and promoting tender corruption. And BEE companies are being awarded tenders even though they do not meet the relevant criteria, and this while countless legitimate companies are being denied the opportunity to tender, forcing them to eventually close their doors, and by doing so, contributing to unemployment and economic distress. Honorable Chair, I would like to use the example of a Free State-based construction company I was in contact with over the past few years. Every single tender this company applied for was awarded to a BEE company instead. But at the end of the day, they still ended up doing the job as a subcontractor because the awarded company did not have the capacity to do the job. So what does this mean? It means that the BEE contractors made millions in profit without lifting a finger and without at least contributing to job creation or skills development. So how can this be fair? Rather than ensuring equality over the past 28 years, BEE became a tool to funnel tenders and wealth to the elite black business owners, politicians and ANC cadres, instead of distributing opportunities for all South Africans. And if we look at the number of tenders awarded annually to BEE companies compared to the number of black-owned companies in South Africa, it is evident that the ANC has failed to ensure empowerment and that BEE has become black elite empowerment. Honorable Chair, next month we are in our 28th year of democracy. That adds up to 12 years of basic education, 4 years of tertiary education, and 12 years of experience in either the workplace or the business world. Surely the so-called lack of equality in South Africa can't be blamed on the minority or the past anymore. You can't fight racism with more racism, Honorable Chair. You will lose the moral high ground, and you can call it what you want. But at the end of the day, it is still racism based on race discrimination. Last year, the president stated that black people must be included in the economy and that BEE is here to stay. I can't help but wonder what economy the president was referring to, because surely he couldn't have meant the economy of South Africa, seeing as our economy is already down to the drain. Honorable Chair, South Africa desperately needs skilled workers.
As you conclude, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I conclude, South Africa desperately needs skilled workers, and therefore affirmative action and BEE is already being disregarded by more and more private companies and becoming increasingly irrelevant in South Africa today. If government truly wants to empower black people in South Africa, and not only the black elite, you will have to invest in quality education and skills development to ensure a sustainable economy that will provide enough opportunities for all in South Africa without the need to implement and force down the racist policies on the white minority of South Africa. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable Mlombo. Honorable Mlombo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me greet you and also greet...
I can't hear you. Can you speak louder or come next to the speaker?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think you can hear me now.
Yes, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me greet you and greet the Chairperson of the NCOP, to greet all the deputy ministers that are here, the MECs, and my colleagues from the different provinces who are here as special delegates. I am here to participate in this debate, but mostly to argue through the process of my argument of my debate. I will be arguing that black economic empowerment and employment equity are the necessary intervention strategies to transform our economy to serve the majority of this country. I will further argue, Chair, that Black economic empowerment is on track to achieve its objectives of transforming our economy. I will further argue that the South African economy is on the right path with regards to the transformation agenda. And lastly, Chair, you will allow me to argue that the BEE is on the, it's a progressive tool to undo the injustices of colonialism and apartheid that destroyed the African continent and our country for more than 300 years. Who can argue against the fact, Honorable Chair, that South Africa is one of those African countries that has suffered the brutality of colonialism that made the people of Africa to be economically disempowered? Who can argue that colonialism was a brutal practice that ensured that the people of Africa and South Africa were politically and economically dominated? That colonialism was an instrument that dehumanized the people of Africa and South Africa, that destroyed the family units, that turned our people into slaves, and introduced the apartheid, the brutal policies of unpaid labor and forced labor. It is this colonialism, Chairperson, that transformed the Black men and women into commodities that can be sold and exchanged for cheap labor. It is this colonialism that subjected the African people to be the hewers of wood and drawers of water in the land of their birth. So it is against this background that the people of South Africa are thankful to the African National Congress for having introduced this transformative legislation whose objective is to begin to undo all these injustices of apartheid and colonialism that has affected our people for more than 30 years. It is only through the BEE, and I want to argue, Chair, that it is only through the introductions of policies like the BEE that we can ensure that the Black people of this country, they own and control the commanding heights of our economy. It is only through the introduction of BEE that the majority of the people of this country can be able to own and control the levers of our economy. It is only through the introductions of the BEE and employment equity that we can ensure that the economic and social imbalances of the past are in fact attended to. And it is only through the introduction of progressive policies that we can be able to build a better life of prosperity for all South Africans without regard to race, to color, and
excuse me, Honourable Member, can you please move to your right, because we are Jopela much. Yes, you are fine.
Now I'm fine.
Yes.
Yes,
thank you.
I was yes, thank you very much.
I'm going to look at Jopela, Sabonti.
Yes.
Honourable Member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look, I was still elaborating on the importance of these progressive policies, which is the BEE, the employment equity, and others, that it is through them that we can be able to build a better life of prosperity for all South Africans without regard to their race, to their color, and in fact, to their gender. It is only through these policies, Chair, that we can be able to eradicate the legacy of colonialism and apartheid, and to ensure that our country achieves an all-round emancipation and upliftment of the people of this country. If we are serious about building a truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa, all of us, irrespective of our ideological differences, we need to join hands and support the introduction of these progressive policies. In my province, I can say without mincing my word that we have already seen the progress that may have been achieved because of the introduction of these policies. Thousands and thousands of people in my province, because of our government supporting these progressive policies, we have seen thousands and thousands of our people getting their footprints in the different sectors of our economy. You go to the tourism sector, there are a number of Black people who are there, who are contributing positively to the economy of this country and creating jobs. They are leaders, they are owners in the tourism sector. The same apply to the construction sector, the same apply to the mining industry, the same applies to the mining industry, the same apply to the IT industry. So it is correct for us to argue that we have already seen in our province that BEE and employment equity legislation are able to transform our country to a better country, a country that benefits all its people. It is only through the BEE that we are able to see the promotion of economic transformation in different sectors in our province, that we are able to experience the achievement of a substantial change in the composition of ownership in all these different sectors. It is only through the support of this progressive legislation that we are able to experience the active participation of women in the different sectors of our economy, that we have seen the promotion of investment that has led to Black economic empowerment in our province, and the empowering, most importantly, because our province is a rural province, we have seen through the support of these progressive legislations, we have seen the radical empowerment of rural communities and local communities so that they can have access to the economic activities in fact, our province. So it is correct for us to argue that because of all this progress that has been achieved, because of the increased representation of Black people in management positions in different sectors, because of the representation, the increased representation of women and youth in
as you conclude, Honorable Member,
of the increase in terms of the ownership of Black people in the different sectors, we can argue, as I did when I opened my debate, that Black empowerment has achieved, it's in fact slowly achieving its objectives, that the South African economy is on the right track of transformation, and that the BEE is in fact a progressive tool to begin to undo the injustices of the past and lead us all to the South Africa that we can truly be proud of, a South Africa which accommodates all people irrespective of their racial differences, of their race, of their racial differences, of their gender, and all the other measures of inequalities. I thank you, Chair, and I thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Viva Chifood, viva!
Order, honorable members. The next speaker is Honorable Ayn Sube. Before that, I would like to announce that I would like to hand over to House Chair Nyambi to take over. Honorable Nsube, you can come in.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson Mengwenya, the Chief Whip of the Council, Datemai, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the MECs, and the honorable members of the Council. The ANC's vision for the South African economy is guided by the Freedom Charter's clarion call that the people shall share in the country's wealth. The ANC is committed to building a more equal society in which all can find decent work and enjoy sustainable livelihoods. The ANC recognized the dialectical and mutually reinforcing nature of the relationship between economic growth and human development. Inclusive growth must necessarily create opportunities for those who are excluded, but also it is by creating new opportunities for those who are excluded that growth becomes truly inclusive. And the need to effect redress in the interest of equity is also embodied in our Constitution. The South African Constitution laid the foundation for a coherent and inclusive economy that is inclusive for all its citizens. The BEE is one of the interventions to transform the economy that seeks to achieve this inclusiveness. For the purpose of unpacking the need for this and its impact, will provide members of the Freedom Front Plus with the basic explanation of what broad-based Black economic empowerment means. Simply put, Honorable House Chairperson, it is an integrated and coherent social economic process located within the context of national transformation by seeking to substantially and equitably transfer the ownership, management, and the control of South Africa's financial and economic resources to the majority of its citizens, which are mainly Africans, Blacks. From 2003, the BEE Act was firstly promulgated to 2013, which marked 10 years of BEE policy implementation. There were some significant achievements. This includes, Honorable House Chairperson, 600 billion worth of BEE transactions, 500 publicly announced BEE ownership transactions worth at least 533 billion. Representation of Black and women in the senior management position in the private sector had increased from less than 10% in the 1990s to more than 40% at the time. The National Empowerment Fund had improved transactions worth more than 5 billion, with 60% of beneficiaries being SMMEs, and support given to the creation of 44,000 jobs. According to the Value of BEE Deals report published by Intellidex in June 2015, BEE deals by the JSE 100 largest companies since 2000 generated 317 billion in total value attributable to beneficiaries as at 31st December 2014. Of this amount, 52 billion, which is 16% of attributable to staff schemes, 196 billion, which is 62% to strategic investment partners, and 69 billion at 22% to a broad-based community schemes, which have featured in several financial sectors ownership deals. BEE share ownership programs are some of the widely recognized forms of ownership by broad-based group members in corporate South Africa. This allows business to divest equity rights to its key stakeholders, such as workers and surrounding communities. The footprint of the impact of such a collective scheme ownership transaction far spreads larger than traditional equity partner would. It is important, Honorable House Chairperson, to know that the impact of such ventures have benefited many Black beneficiaries in terms of the access to the economy, while simultaneously increasing the Black ownership profile of the South African businesses landscape. This is a real empowerment. It is quite telling that some members of this House would have preferred that we continue with life as if apartheid discrimination never occurred. Multinational companies that cannot sell their equity to Black South Africans and have never sold equity outside their country of origin are allowed to make contribution towards equity equivalent investment program in return to be awarded full BEE ownership points for an agreed period of time based on the investment amount. honorable members, the value of EEIP contribution may be measured against 25% of the business value of the South African operation, or against 4% of the total revenue of its South African operations annually over the period of continued measurement. These investments are focused on enterprise and supply development, critical skills development, and research and development. The beneficiaries of a program are Black South Africans and Black-owned South African companies. Honorable House Chairperson, to date, 22 multinational companies across different sectors have been granted final approval to participate in the EEIP. Of the approved number, 32% is automotive industry, 27% ICT sector, 18% in manufacturing, and 23% splits between construction, healthcare, maritime, financial, and agricultural sectors, with total investment of more than 8 billion. More than 200,000 jobs, both direct and indirect, have been created since the inception of the program and supported 87 emerging Black-owned businesses, including Black women and youth-owned businesses. On the funding front, the National Empowerment Fund is one of the institutions that government established in order to support inclusive growth and broaden Black economic participation in the economy. The NFE recognizes the stimulation and support of township economies is a key priority, so much that it maintains a specialized and standalone program in their annual performance plan, referred to as the Rural and Township Development Fund. Honorable members, further to support provided to rural and township-based businesses in this program, support may also be provided through the other program. Since the inception of NEF, has approved a total number of 1,233 transactions, which are worth total of 11.9 billion, with a total project value of 20.37 billion. As a result of these approvals by the NFE, managed to disperse a total of 7.7 billion, creating and sustaining in access to more than 100,000 jobs and more than 70,000 new jobs up to date. The NFE has approved 2.8 billion and disbursed 1.7 billion to support 356 rural and township-based businesses, creating and supporting more than 31,000 jobs. From the financial years 2019, 2020, and 2021, more than 500 million has been approved in support of 83 businesses, creating and sustaining more than 4,000 jobs in the township and rural-based businesses. Honorable House Chairperson, the financial sector is a lifeblood of the economy and important to enable implementation of the BE. The financial services sector charter is an instrument that the sector uses to implement BE and to transform the sector. A 2017 report developed by Standing Committee on Finance and Portfolio Committee on Trade and Industry, as well as study undergone by Association of Black Securities and Investment Professionals. In 2018, the following was identified for the financial services sector. There were 48 Black asset managers operating in South Africa. 490 billion of total assets are managed by Black asset managers. Since 2009, there's been 243% increase of growth for Black asset managers. 69% of firms believe that current BE targets under BE Financial Service Sector Code of Good Practice are at the right levels. 49% of the total industry is represented by a woman. 25% of external services providers used are level 1 BE contributors. 72% out of 1,584 unit trusts are managed by Black firms. 96% of firms have either a level 1 or level 2 BE contributor status. 44% of firms procured less than 25% of services from suppliers that have level 1 or 2 BE rating. More people now have access to financial products than ever, citing an increase from 42% in 2003 to 58% in 2016, if SASSA card holders were excluded. Honorable House Chairperson, according to a study by the NFE of JSE listed companies, which sample the top 17 financial services companies by market capitalization, Black ownership was at 6% against the FSC target of 10%. The latest report of the status of financial sector is being concluded by the Financial Services Sector Charter Council. With regard to the youth unemployment, on the 28th August 2018, the Youth Employment Services Initiative was gazetted and incorporated in the BE codes for implementation. The YES initiative was one of the initiatives presented in the 2018 State of the Nation address by the current President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. Its primary objective is to improve the employment outlook for young work seekers by offering work opportunities and therefore inclusion in the South African economy. Its extension is to create 1 million quality work experiences for unemployed youth, and its purpose is to improve their chances of meaningful participation through affording the employment or business opportunity. Whilst the initiative is still in phase, through the engagement with the industry leaders and ecosystem partners, the awareness has created a strong platform for growth and delivery for its objectives. Honorable House Chairperson, the number of jobs created through YES initiatives as at 15 March 2022 is more than 73,000, and 1,947 companies have signed up. More jobs are expected to be created in this regard. The balance of evidence indicates that there has been a significant advance made since the implementation of the BE policy. Anyone who wants to suggest that there's been no advance made in increasing participation of previously oppressed and disadvantaged people would be really dishonest. However, notwithstanding the economic advances of the past 28 years of freedom and democracy, the legacy of colonialism and apartheid is deeply entrenched in our society and in the structure of the South African economy. More needs to be done to expand participation of the poor and marginalized in the economy. These are weaknesses that have been acknowledged by the government, and the efforts to overcome this must be ceaseless. Honorable House Chairperson, in conclusion, the ANC is committed to managing the South African economy in such a way as to promote inclusive participation and employment, creating inclusive growth. Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chube. The next speaker is Honorable Batman, Chairperson, Budget Committee and Standing Committee on Education in Western Cape. Honorable Batman.
Honorable Chairperson, fellow South Africans, in no other area of the law do we see the acute impact of BBBE as we do in public procurement. In fact, this affects approximately 22% of our GDP in South Africa. Given that the state is funded by the taxpayer through various taxes, be it income tax, VAT, or the fuel levy, it is thus important for the state to have certain principles by which it procures, take into consideration that the beneficiaries of this procurement are the people of South Africa. Public procurement sets out the rules by which the state is allowed to use the people's money to buy goods, works, and services. Our Constitution requires a public procurement system that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective in Section 217, and that national legislation must prescribe this framework. In 1999, in the Cash Paymaster Services versus Eastern Cape Province case, the concurring judgment emphasized the factors when making these decisions as per the Constitution and made it clear that the board disregarded the values of fairness, transparency, competitiveness, and cost-effectiveness to the sole benefit of equity, when in fact the Constitution does not allow one to pick and choose between the values, but holds in an obligatory manner that all these values are equal and need to be implemented in a balanced manner. When this assessing procurement decisions in terms of the General All Pay versus SASSA 2014 court case methodology, we must look at all 5 principles in section 217 of the Constitution, and they must be read together, not in isolation. In what has been a progressive leap, the Zondo Commission report not only spoke out about the impact of corruption on the public procurement regime, but published a full chapter analyzing the current fragmented landscape and identified patterns of abuse within the procurement cycle. In terms of abuse of preferential procurement, which is more specific to our conversation today, the Zondo Commission held that, quote, the evidence shows that the ideals of empowerment were grossly manipulated and abused to advance the interests of a few individuals, close quote. At Transnet, regiments received contracts without ever going through a procurement process. With China South Rail, Transnet even changed the requirement that China South Rail needed a BBBE certificate because they would have scored 0 in this regard. At SAA, the former chief procurement officer was instructed to sign letters for Swissport and Engine, amongst others, for contract renewal and set aside 30% of their contract value for BBBE entities, which was not lawful and not in line with open tender procurement procedures to, quote, procure the most cost-effective service provider for SAA, quote, close. In fact, the corruption runs so deep at SAA that Bid Air, a 63% Black-owned company, was informed that they must set aside 30% of their contract to, quote, an unspecified SAA-nominated Black-owned small business, quote, close. In the city of Johannesburg, EOH received a heads-up and confidential information whenever tenders were coming out and was specifically asked to donate funds to the ANC before and after the awarding of the tender. In this regard, the Zondo Commission established a pattern of what they considered regular solicitation of donations, coupled with the award of tenders. Similarly, in the Free State provincial government, the Zondo Commission found that Blackhead Consulting was milking the province with asbestos tenders, and they also were donating millions of rands to the African National Congress. Chairperson, in the Western Cape Province, we produce a procurement disclosure report on COVID-19 expenses. And within our annual procurement disclosure report, you will find 67% of small, medium, micro enterprises are suppliers, 60% BBBE suppliers, and 63% of suppliers within the Western Cape Province who benefited from COVID-19 funding from provincial departments and entities. However, despite the Western Cape overachieving on the benchmarks and targets set by the national government, we are currently limited by a fragmented legislative environment. In 2020, the much anticipated draft public procurement bill was published for public comment by the National Treasury with the aim of consolidating this current fragmented environment in South Africa. The bill will amend substantive provisions of the current BBBE legislation. And in its current form, the draft bill is very vague on a few matters, including the independence of the regulator, electronic procurement, rules for local government procurement when they are repealed, and it essentially repeals and then centralizes all of the power for regulating preferential procurement in the hands of the National Minister of Finance. The Western Cape Provincial Treasury commented on the draft public procurement bill, a 255-page document, which indicated in brief that in its current form, the province cannot support the draft bill. One comment in the submission sums up our concerns in the province, and it holds, quote, the draft bill loses sight of the core imperative of obtaining value for money in public procurement, and that it does not provide for any systems or approach on which value for money can be transparently assessed relative to other procurement objectives, quote closed. Now that the Agribusiness Constitutional Court case has concluded, which confirmed the unconstitutionality of the 2017 preferential procurement regulations, the National Treasury has issued new draft regulations in this regard. And the Western Cape Budget Committee has requested that our provincial treasury submit input regarding these new regulations. In the Constitutional Court, the debate on whether pre-qualification should be allowed ended up riding on whether or not the National Minister of Finance may determine preferential procurement policy for each organ of state as a blanket rule through regulations. And the court found that each organ of state is empowered to determine its own preferential procurement policy, and that the minister cannot make regulations to cover the same field. Given this judgment, it makes me wonder whether employment equity will soon see similar developments. So now we are between a rock and a hard place, with vague draft regulations and vague draft bills repealing or amending all of the procurement and almost all of the BBBE legislation being debated within an already fragmented public procurement legal regime, which favors corruption and nepotism over transparency and cost effectiveness. So amongst this turmoil, it is important to ensure price and functionality remain the most important factors within the legislative framework. After all, we are spending the people's money. And in spending it, we need to ensure that we deliver the services at the lowest cost, closest to the people. While this will not be an easy task or an easy road to walk, it is up to each and every one of us to focus on achieving the values as set out by our Constitution, not just fairness or equity or transparency or competitiveness or cost effectiveness, but a balance of all 5 of them. This, Chairperson, is non-negotiable. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Badman. The next speaker is Honorable MEC of Health from Northwest Province, Honorable Sambata.
Nobala.
Honorable Sambata. Struggling. We'll see whether he's going to be able to be connected. I'll invite MEC winning to Free State MEC
Mohale.
Mohale.
MEC Mohale, Economic and Small Business Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs from Free State Province. And MEC Mohale.
Thank you very much, House Chair, to all the members of the committee, representatives from the provinces, MECs, and all other members, protocol observed. We take an honor, Chair, to also partake in this important debate. But let's start by saying the relevance of BBBE and employment equity legislation is beyond question given the history of our country. Their relevance is derived from Section 9.2 of the Constitution of the Republic, which provides that equality includes the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms. To promote the achievement of equality, legislative and other measures designed to protect or advance persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination may be taken. The question that could be debated is whether these pieces of legislation have been successful in addressing in its entirety the transformative imperative enshrined in the Constitution. Based on our own experience and data from various government institutions, the success stories are uneven. The 25-year review cites that the BBBE Commission report of 2018 shows a decline in Black ownership within the JSE listed companies from 33% in 2015 to 27% in 2017. Because Black directorships increased by 113% between 2006 and 2016 when both direct and indirect ownership are considered. Direct Black ownership constitute only 3% in 2015. Ownership by Black females also declined from 11 to 9% during the same period. The 25-year review also cites the findings in the World Bank's report, which concluded that overall, being white or South African Indian for whom apartheid legislation was slashed remains a strong predicator of wealth. It is still indeed a fact that our economy is still taking a racial character. It further cites that the Wealth Inequality Report, which includes that, quote, since the end of the apartheid in 1994, top income shares have increased considerably. In spite of several reforms targeting the poorest and fighting the segregationist heritage, race is still a key determinant of differences in income levels, educational attainment, job opportunities, and wealth, close quote. Accordingly, the same review makes a determination that comparatively South Africa remains the most unequal society in the world, with the wealth share of the top 10% receiving two-thirds of national income, while the top 1% received 20% of national income in 2014. While we acknowledge the following challenges which relates to verifications, there is still a shortage of Black industrialists in the country. The next step of development should be grooming of the BBBEE, should be about grooming more Black industrialists. The shortcomings on the side of implementation has made the BBBEE not to progress very well in terms of ownership and management, despite many companies claiming to have employment policies, which they were supposed to implement strictly. This is because there is no willingness on the part of the majority of the white-owned companies to come to the party in order to play their role in ensuring that there is inclusivity in the economy. Due to the fact that it's not enforced mostly in some of the corporates that don't do business with government, those corporates don't do it. So there is no sense of willingness, as one has indicated, especially if they are not, if they don't have transformation at their heart, or do it but not to effect meaningful change. Most corporates will either focus on the enterprise and supplier development pillar by supporting training initiatives for SMMEs or rolling out enterprise development programs. However, SMMEs don't survive those programs, but revenue generation. Yet the corporate will be able to tick a box and get that BBBEE points. Corporates also focus on the socio-economic pillar through supporting the NGOs. Under the enterprise and supplier development element, measured entities are still not able to transform the value chain by developing sustainable Black-owned entities, utilizing the supplier development and enterprise development aspect of the element. Whereas supplier or enterprise development focuses on creating sustainable Black-owned entities, most initiatives are increasingly implemented through a third-party intermediary with less focus on the needs of the beneficiary. One knows that the verifications agencies are still predominantly white, and there could be questions on how effectively they do verify to the benefit of the previously marginalized. The report showed a slight change in the levels of transformation, with the overall Black ownership reflecting only 4% increase from 25% Black ownership in 2018 to 29%. The report found management control to be sitting at 39% overall, and JSE listed entities board control at 43.6%, where male constitutes 23.08% and the females 20.5%. Only 3.3% of entities listed on the JSE are 100% Black owned, which was 1.2 in 2018 and 1% in 2017. The three least performing sectors on ownership in 2018 were agri-BEE with 11%, and financial sector with 21.64%, with construction sector 48.3%, transport 40%, forestry 33%, showing relatively good progress. In 2019, women ownership remained at around 10%, on average across in all the sectors except property, which was 11. And in transport was 12, in tourism was 14. And in ICT was 17%. Some of the successful triple B projects, one can note in the province of the Free State, is a grain-filled chicken, which was addressing mainly around issues of ownership and management. On the employment equity, the important positions at the workplace are still occupied by those who were previously privileged. In the absence of employment equity legislation, the situation might have been worse than the current situation. So the employment equity legislation will remain relevant for as long as the semi-skilled and unskilled position remain the reserve of the majority who were previously disadvantaged. To illustrate this point, the 2019-2020 Employment Equity Commission reports that only 29% of Africans occupied top management positions. Out of this, 19% were men and 9.6% were women. Whilst made up of 67% of top management positions, out of which 54 were men and only 13% were women. At the senior management level, 34% were Africans, 23% of which 23% were men and women only constituting 10%. Whilst were overwhelmingly at 59%, of which 49% was for men and only 18% is for women. In relation to professionally qualified, 55% were Africans, of which men constitute 30% thereof. Amongst the skill category, 72% was Africans, out of which 33 were men. In conclusion,
as you move
Chair,
to your conclusion,
indeed, as I conclude, Chair, it is our very firm view that it is still way early to can discuss whether or not whether there's still relevance about the legislation. In fact, we are of the strong view, Chair, that as we engage on this type of debate, we must discuss how best do we strengthen it, because we cannot undo what colonialism has done. We cannot undo what apartheid has done. We've spread over many decades by only trying to do that only in a period of less than 3 decades. So triple BEE is more than ever relevant. Employment equity is more than ever relevant.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Mohale.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Mohale. The next speaker is Honorable Lond. Honorable Lond.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Ministers and members. The moral fable of the frog in the boiling water is apt when it comes to broad-based Black economic empowerment and how it was implemented by the governing party. The ANC is slowly boiling and burning the South African economy to death with their policies. And if we don't get out of the ANC pot soon, the economy will die. As I prepared my notes for the sweep, I knew that the ANC MPs, like the MEC Mohale, will defend party, and especially his province that was the corruption capital, will defend his party of its disastrous policies by finding every excuse under the sun except taking ownership for their own incompetence in running this beautiful country. I ask myself, how do you convey to voters that this party cannot be trusted any further to lead? As the debate continued, however, I realized yet again that South Africans already know that the yellow, black, and green party cannot be trusted. The most recent election results showed that the citizens of South Africa judge parties based on their words and their actions, and the majority of voters in this country has already rejected the ANC. It is well known how corrupt the governing party is. But for this sweep, I will highlight a few phrases and actions not generally known or that bears repeating. One thing, it is absolutely amazing that 2 years after we've been going online and using Zoom, MPs from the ANC still do not know how to use their devices properly, but you expect them to run this country or provinces properly. That should be an indication, and we should actually create a compilation on how you struggle to log on before every plenary and play that. Honorable Moimang, you say that broad-based Black economic empowerment should be seen as a bread and butter issue of our communities. It should decrease the gap between rich and poor. Yet years after the implementation thereof, there are many more million South Africans that are unemployed, and the gap is even bigger. You state that it should open opportunities for more South Africans, yet it is only the same ANC elite that benefit time and time again. MEC Mvoku, you said that Cyril Ramaphosa was central to establishing broad-based Black economic empowerment. But who do you think profited the most when the majority of South Africans won't earn in a lifetime what his brother-in-law spent on buying cattle from him? There's something wrong. There's only a few that profit. Honorable Pillay, you lament the fact that broad-based Black economic empowerment is associated with corruption, but it is your doing. It is your party. You cannot even unscrew a light bulb without trying to get a multi-million rand tender from it for a comrade. The problem is now, with the shambolic management of Eskom, light bulbs often become obsolete. Honorable Pillay, you invited people to come forward with any evidence of corruption and malpractice. I don't know, maybe you were off work or you were away or visiting the Guptas for a few months. But geez, please provide me with your email address so that I can just send you the Zondo report, that if you're willing to listen to it or read it. You ask what the DA is doing. And as Honorable Boshoff mentioned, within the next few weeks, the DA will start the process to introduce a private members bill termed the Social Impact Bill. It is time to unite behind workable solutions. Those ANC members not aligned with the radical economic transformation faction or with the Red Party, you don't have to work with us. But all other parties that wants this country to succeed, that wants to address the root causes of inequality and opportunity across South Africa, unite behind the DA policy. Honorable Du Toit, it is an important debate that you brought in today. The question is, will you support the DA solution? Our social impact bill will amend section and introduce criteria based on sustainable development goals. This will better serve social and economic development for the most vulnerable people in the country. Conclusion, Honorable Deputy Minister Dlamini, you correctly state that you cannot ignore history. Your children and your grandchildren will hang their heads in shame. History will judge the ANC harshly. Deputy Minister Dlamini, history will judge you harshly. You have an opportunity to be better. You have an opportunity to be better. You can start by supporting this DA policy. Your president has already started by supporting our policies. It is time you do that too. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lond. The next speaker is Honorable Khai. Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable members, special delegates, MECs, and permanent delegates, Deputy Minister of Small Business Development, Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Deputy Minister of Employment and Labor. This debate brought to this House by the Freedom Front Plus, a party that is a relic of our painful apartheid past, provides an opportunity for the country to reflect critically on the road we have traveled together as South African nation since the democratic breakthrough was achieved in 1994, after centuries of struggle against colonialism and apartheid. We may not fully understand the motive of the FF Plus for bringing this debate to the House, but we suspect that this party of unashamed white privilege is sending a signal to its conservative, right-wing constituencies that it has a courage to broach any topic, even the ones that open old wounds and inflict the pain of bitter memories of apartheid in many of us. We owe it to our forebears to advance the struggle for equal South Africa, our gallant fighters against unequal South Africa, many of whom sacrificed life and limb suffered bullets, tear gas, and dogs being set on them in Sharpeville and Kwalanga in March 1960. For us to be where we are today, we would not rest in peace if this struggle fails. When we took the baton from them, we committed that we would transform our country in its entirety. When we adopted the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa on the 8th of May, 1996, one of our aims was to establish a springboard from which to perpetually transform our society using the instrument of legislation in order for all South Africans to enjoy the fruits of freedom, liberty, justice, humanity, and equality. I want to emphasize that Section 9(2) of the Supreme Law of the Republic of South Africa, which all of us here have taken an oath of affirmation to abide by, affirm the centrality of the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms, and our role as lawmakers in this regard. We have a mandate to take legislative and other measures designed to protect or advance persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination in order to make the stated goal of equality more meaningful. The Constitution does not enjoin us to strive for equality only. It goes further and unambiguously prescribes to us as to how to carry out the instruction. It says laws must be made to ensure that formal and the de facto apartheid remnants are dismantled and buried. Back in 1998, we started that process. We developed legislation called the Employment Equity Act number 55 of 1998. This is one of the laws that give the children and grandchildren of HF Verwoerd and PW Botha sleepless nights. Employment Equity Act is a labor law whose intention is to promote equity in the workplace. This law is intended to ensure that all employees receive equal opportunities, as the Freedom Charter says, to enter trades and careers of their choice. This is a piece of legislation that is aimed at ensuring that employees are treated fairly by their employers. Honorable House Chairperson, people who are opposed to the employment equity are enemies of our Constitution. They are enemies of our democracy, who long for erstwhile racist South African government that ran the country bankrupt with racist discriminatory laws, apartheid laws, deemed a crime against humanity by the United Nations, promoted one particular race group, and suffocated, trampled upon, and destroyed others. People who are opposed to the redress of the past imbalances must rethink the implication of their reactionary ideas. Honorable House Chairperson, many people have forgotten that the first people who practice affirmative action and improvement of the career opportunities for certain groups of people were the colonialists and apartheid architects. In fact, we have to stand back and admire those people, because when they implemented these unjust laws, they were very clear in their minds about the long-term outcomes. In colonial apartheid South Africa, we have laws like the Industrial Conciliation Act number 11 of 1924, which provided for the job reservation, and laws like the Minimum Wage Act of 1925 that promoted employment of white people only. There was even law that allowed farm owners to beat workers and tenants, called Native Service Contract Act. But today, we're told we must not pass laws that reverse all the gruesome, vicious, and brutal laws, because some among us are still comfortable with them. They are rejecting the ones that we are coming up with, which promote justice, fairness, and equality. Certainly, like the biblical story of Israel teaches us, we cannot go back to Egypt, the land of the pharaohs, even though this transformation and democratization path is long and hard. Fellow South Africans, the fact that we are entering this debate is a sign of maturity of our democracy and the strength of the constitution of our institution, such as Parliament. These same honorable members who have brought this debate never even allowed us to speak about the legitimate rights as Black workers when they ruled this country with an iron fist. They put many of us in jail and many freedom fighters died. It is a pity that our laws do not bite in the manner in which they should. But the comforting part is that we continue to amend to ensure that we realize the intended outcomes. As we speak, the employment equity is being amended. We have been processing it in the Select Committee. We have just adopted the committee report on Tuesday, the 22nd March 2022. And we hope that the NCOP plenary will pass it in the next term, as today is our last plenary session in this first term. Honorable House Chairperson, when you are doing something that is right, equitable, and just, you dare not hesitate, because hesitation perceived by the enemies of progress and inclusion as an opportunity to sow doubt and discord. That is what the FF Plus, its early white cousin, the DA, their civil society portals, such as the Institute for Race Relations, are trying to do. They are trying to scare South Africans. They allege that the Employment Equity Amendment Bill, if implemented, will damage our country's chances of attaining higher rates of growth and lowering the rate of unemployment. Honorable members, we have to admit that the pace of transformation in the labor market has been regrettably slow. Employers were given powers and authority to implement our employment equity laws in their sectors, but most of them have failed dismally. We must commend the department for bringing Employment Equity Amendment Bill to Parliament over a year ago. This bill will help to fast-track the achievement of equity and fair representation of our people in the workplace. Those who have not heard about our splendid work in the Select Committee will wake up and see only dust. South African government does not operate like the Afrikaner Broederbond, which was a secret, exclusively white male organization in South Africa, which was dedicated to the advancement of Afrikaner interests. When they were at the summit of their powers, all the posts in government and some private companies went to Broederbond members, particularly those with an ideological commitment to separatism. The electoral system itself was manipulated to reduce the impact of the immigrant English speakers. It is this legacy that the Employment Equity and Amendment Bill that is before this House seeks to undo. It is also the same legacy that the Freedom Front Plus, Democratic Alliance, and their fellow travelers are seeking to preserve. The ANC government seeks to build transparent democratic developmental state. Scholars describe a developmental state as one that is more independent or autonomous, political power, as well as more control over the economy. A developmental state is characterized by having strong state intervention, as well as relatively extensive regulation and planning. A developmental state is the opposite of a predatory or weak state. By the way, building a developmental state is the objective that binds almost all the honorable members of the political parties represented in this House, not just those of us who are from the African National Congress. Honorable House Chair, if I still have time, I just want to indicate that in the fourth term, the Democratic Alliance in the National Assembly supported the Employment Amendment Bill of 2012. The member of the DA, MP said Mutau, after the National Assembly adopted the bill, he was then moved from that Employment Labor Committee because they said he, as a spokesman for labor in DA, failed to properly execute his duties. And they say his poor performance misled the party to wrongfully vote for the employment equity and also the triple BEE bill. And they tried to arrest this situation when the bills went to the National Council of Provinces, but they dismally failed. Now you can see currently in all the committees where you talk about the triple BE or labor laws, you find that I don't know whether it is coincidental that you don't see any Black in those committees, especially Africans in those committees. They made sure since then that those committees are only whites, that whether you're talking about Employment and Labor Committee, you find their representatives are 2 whites. You go to the Trade and Industry, you find there that there are 2 whites, but also in the Select Committee, they made sure that no Black, because this MP, Serge Mutau, they say disappointed them. It is the reason why then Lindy Wema-Zibuko was taken out, because Madam Zille was very furious when the National Assembly DA caucus supported this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khai. Thank you, Honorable Khai. Order, members. The next speaker is Honorable Moloi, Deputy Minister of Employment and Labor. DM Moloi.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Allow me, Honorable House Chair, to acknowledge the presence of the Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo. Allow me also to acknowledge the Chief Whip of the Majority Party in the NCOP, Honorable Khai. Let me acknowledge all my colleagues, deputy ministers who are here present in this platform, and all MECs from various provinces of our country, and all other permanent delegates to the NCOPs, to the NCOP, honorable members of the NCOP, Sanbonani, Dumelang, Chairperson. Let it be known that when we pass pieces of legislation, we are advancing our democracy. We are giving content to freedom. The laws that we formulate and pass must empower the less empowered, those who are less privileged, those who are marginalized, people who are discriminated against, honorable members, at the workplaces. What freedom can they talk about when there are people in workplaces who, despite their qualifications, skills, and experience, they get jumped by others in terms of upward mobility at work? And that is done most often than not only because of the color of their skin. There is no caring and compassionate government, honorable members, that can fold its arms and watch. We've got to do something. Something's got to give, honorable members. I must say that the promulgation of the Employment Equity Act, intended to provide for employment equity in the world of work, solely needed due to the lasting effects of apartheid and other discriminatory laws and practices in employment and occupations within the labor market. This was done in order to promote constitutional rights of equality in the workplace and to strengthen the exercise of true democracy, eliminate unfair discrimination in employment, and to give effect to the constitutional principles which underpin the founding of the Democratic Republic of South Africa. Now, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, our laws are as a result of both our past experiences and our present conditions. Employment Equity Act was formulated and enacted in 1998 because our past experience demanded so. We are today amending this act because present conditions or circumstances are leading us to do exactly that. Ka Setswana ra re molelo o fisa baori. Ke rata go iboeletsa ka Setswana ga re bua ra re molelo o fisa baori. ba ba tsaletsweng ba golela ba tsofalela ba be ba swela mo khumanegong ke bone ba itseng tšhotlego. Mme rona ga mmogo le baagi ka kakaretso segolobogolo batho ba bantsho re tshwanetse go mekamekana le kgwetlho e re e bonang e, because for the past 24 years, after the promulgation of the Employment Equity Act, the pace of transformation in the labor market has been frustratingly low, with some resistance from other quarters. And you could hear for yourselves from this debate today, those who are actually resisting this change. And as with the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Commission, we have put in place processes and requirements to monitor and evaluate the progress of employment equity in the workplace. Now, Honorable Bartman, I think we must agree with Honorable Nkondlo, who puts it succinctly on our chat now, that we should just go to the Western Cape to witness the levels of inequality for more than 10 years of DA rule. I think it's reality. The levels of inequality in terms of discrimination of the DA rule against Black people in the Western Cape is appalling. So the latest statistics, the latest employment equity statistics, honorable members, contained in the 21st Commission for Employment Equity annual report of 2020-2021 indicated that we have not addressed past imbalances to uplift the most vulnerable groups in our economy, which are Africans, women, and persons with disabilities. Honorable MEC Mvoko from the Eastern Cape already alluded to some of the figures. And I must say that it's a fact that top and senior management levels of Africans only accounted to 15.8% and 24.7% of all positions respectively, whereas whites occupied 64.7% and 52.5% of all positions at both top and senior management level. We are not being racist when we come up with these figures, because the figures don't lie, Honorable Boshoff, when we highlighted the obvious. In relation to women representation, honorable members, they only accounted for 24.9% and 35.7% of all positions at top and senior management levels, respectively. So, Honorable Boshoff, this is reality, it's not fabrication, it's not fiction. And of great concern is that representation of persons with disabilities remained around 1% of the total workforce. So it is evident from the data that self-regulation by employers to achieve the objective of this act has simply not worked before. Hence the urgent need to review the legislation and regulations. As you are aware, Honorable House Chairperson and honorable members, the Employment Equity Amendment Bill is still waiting to be passed, and we are hopeful that the amendments will help in effecting the much needed transformation in the labor market and society, which is still marked by historical legacy of colonialism, apartheid, and patriarchy. Honorable Boshoff, this bill provides for powers of the minister to set the targets on the sectoral basis after full consideration, consultation with all stakeholders. It also bars non-compliant employers from doing business with the state and its agencies, and I think this one we have to enforce at all costs. At an operational level, honorable members, the department is ready to implement these amendments upon approval by Parliament and enactment by the state president. We are at an advanced stage in relation to sector stakeholder engagements for the setting of sector-specific employment equity targets. ITC development processes are also underway to enable the automation of the issuing of employment equity compliance certificates for the convenience of employers. The Employment Equity Act is still relevant, honorable members, much needed in order to allow everyone fair and equitable access. Here we are talking under normal circumstances, regardless of race, gender, or disability in the labor market. Now we are talking because the situation is not normal. Therefore, we need to continue to be biased towards those historically excluded, those historically disadvantaged, and those historically marginalized. Because all is not well, honorable members. I must hasten to say, Honorable Debray from Freedom Front Plus, it is the considered view of the ruling party, the African National Congress, black, green, and gold, not yellow and gold or the colors that you mentioned, black, green, and gold, that employment equity and broad-based black economic empowerment legislation, regulations, and codes of good practice remain highly relevant in a society and economy which still bears the imprint of apartheid, discrimination, and colonial exploitation. And such measures, the data shows, if we have to go back to the data, it shows that we still need to open up the economy and the workplaces to provide fair and equal access for all. And in the words of the BEE Commission, to bring into being open codes and inclusive economy for all together, close codes. Our loss from conceptualization standpoint of checks and balances. Now, many things have been said. There are those who say we are giving the minister, like Honorable Boshoff, who says that we are giving the minister unfettered powers. There are also the ones who say that this minister will be irresponsible. You will just go to a particular sector and tell it your target is this much, and off he goes. Our minister Shane, Samal Hassi, and that sector will just have to comply, failing which it will be severely punished. Really, honorable members, this is absurd. It's just so bizarre. It's ridiculous. It's so embarrassing. I can't actually describe. I wonder, when will the DA and the Freedom Front Plus stop with their exaggeration of facts and their misinformation? I must say, honorable members, that I must say that both the DA and the Freedom Front Plus is actually blowing everything out of proportion. And all the time they do this. And I will not ask how many scarecrows they have, because I think I already figured it out myself. I must say that both the DA and their friends, Freedom Front Plus, they must listen, honorable members, and they have to listen carefully, that we develop our laws. We develop laws for this country. We do that meticulously. We do a proper job. And places of legislation that we craft, I mean, the legislation that we craft are for a just cause. They promote fairness. So, Honorable Bosho, this is a fact I want to say to you, and that you need to know, that employers have powers to set their own employment equity targets in their own employment equity plans through consultation with their employees and trade unions. So it's not a story. It's not like a fiction, Muvango, or something, you know. So they have to consult their unions, but we are no longer going to turn a blind eye, we must say, to a failure to perform this task. We are now going to watch this process with an eagle eye. Eagle's eye, we shall be proactive, and I'm sure the minister will set sectoral targets, and players' role in that sector shall be interacted with in this process that will be unfolding sooner rather than later. We will make it happen, honorable members. And if it's not happening, and if you are not satisfied, we will intervene. We will start by listening to those justifiable reasons as to why targets have not been set or met.
As you conclude, DM.
Thank you so much. If justifiable reasons are not there, we are going to still continue to work together to ensure that targets are set and targets are met. If all fails, consequences will then have to follow. And in this way, we will do justice to the aspirations and the needs of all South Africans. So the debate, Honorable Chair, as I go out of the platform, the debate now must change the narrative. We must change the narrative to make these measures more effective and contribute to growth by unleashing the potential of all the people of our country, not just a selected privileged few based on the color of their skin. I thank you, Honorable Chair, House Chairperson, for your audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister Moloye. Thank you. The
Honorable members, the next speaker.
Honorable Dutoit.
Yes.
Agbare voorsitter, soos verwag het die ANC en sy vennote op die appelkar van voorheen benadeelde persone, ongeregtighede van die verlede, sogenaamde ontneemde geleenthede en verontskuldigende...
The next speaker is Honorable Dutoit.
Thank you, Chair. I will restart. Voorsitter, soos verwag het die ANC en sy vennote op die appelkar van voorheen benadeelde persone, ongeregtighede van die verlede, sogenaamde ontneemde geleenthede en verontskuldigende dog beskuldigingstellings geklim. Hulle skuil agter hierdie beskuldigings van sogenaamde wit monopolie kapitaal en selfregverdiging om hul eie tekortkominge weg te steek, skynheilig. Suid-Afrika se ekonomie is groot genoeg dat alle rassegroepe eerlik kan besigheid doen, voorsitter, in 'n ekonomiese omgewing wat nie deur die staat beheer en beperk word nie. 'n Omgewing waar daar nie uitsluiting op gronde van ras is nie, waar gesonde besigheidspraktyke geleenthede skep en innovasie prikkel. Honorable Tau, Honorable Moeng-Mang, Honorable Pillay, Honorable Rai, D.M. Malloy, is broad-based Black economic empowerment and equality legislation still relevant after almost 3 decades of ANC rule? And did it yield the results the ANC hoped it would? No. You confirmed it with the figures that you presented today. Did affirmative action provide any economic stability in the country? No. Did South Africa as a whole benefit from the race-based job preservation legislation? No, Chair. Who benefited from this legislation? Only the politically connected elite benefited, Chair. Honorable Rai, you confirmed today that you, as the ANC, avenge yourself through race-based legislation instead of acting in the best interest of all South Africans. Honorable Lont, you ask if we, as the Freedom Front Plus, will support the DA's proposed bill, just minutes after your colleague, Honorable Boshoff, said in no uncertain terms that, and I'm quoting, the DA is committed to real Black economic empowerment, close quote. And this is after the DA assisted the ANC to vote the current affirmative action and BEE legislation into effect. The Freedom Front Plus is constant in our approach. Ons draai nie ons seile na die wind nie. Ons is beginsel vas en ons glo in gelyke geleenthede vir almal, nie net vir sommiges nie. If there is one thing that came from race-based employment legislation, it's the fact that the current disadvantaged minority, die huidige benadeelde groepering, individuals that doesn't benefit from being affirmative action, still survive and still adapt. Voorsitter, as ons na jong Suid-Afrikaners kyk wat die toekoms van die land is, huidige benadeelde persone, kan ons osself die vraag afvra, watter toekoms is daar vir hulle? Watter voorbeeld word vir hulle gestel? Watter leuns word aan hulle vertel? Watter hoop word gebied? Die antwoord, voorsitter, is verblydend. Ons het die afgelope 28 jaar onder die juk van hierdie rasbehepte regering nie geknak nie. Ons oorleef steeds. Ons glo nie die leuns wat oor ons en van ons vertel word nie. Ons is hier om te bou en te oorleef. Ons is die hoop. Baie jong mense vra gereeld met 'n mate van vrees of daar 'n toekoms vir hulle is, hoekom hulle moet presteer, hoekom hulle die morele hoë grond moet behou, voorsitter, hoekom hulle nie met die massa se retoriek en aanvaarbare leuns meegesleer mag word nie. Voorsitter, die antwoord is voor die hand liggend. Jy as jong man en vrou het reeds bewys dat swart ekonomiese bemagtiging jou nie ondergekry het nie. Jy het daarbo uitgestyg. Hierdie wetgewing maak dat jy net meer innoverend en meer innoverend in jou denke is. Jy is die verskil in jou gemeenskap. Jy is die een wat jou studierigting verander het, aangesien die regering jou eerste keuse jou nie gegee het nie. Jy het ten spyte daarvan 'n sukses van jou lewe gemaak.
As you
Jy is die een
conclude,
wat as entrepreneur kos op die tafel sit, werk skep, ekonomiese groei verseker, nie net vir sommiges nie, voorsitter, maar vir almal, iets waarin die ANC regering klaaglik misluk het. Jy is die baken van hoop. Jy is die bewys dat persone, 'n groepering, selfs 'n regering se haatlike afkeer jou nie onderkry en bepaal wie jy is nie, want jy ag sy opinie nie bepalend oor jou lot nie. Ek is trots om deel van die Vryheidsfront Plus en 'n groepering te wees wat uitgesproke is teen die regering se uitsluitende en diskriminerende wetgewing. Ons sal ons nie laat onderkry nie. Gelyke regte, gelyke geleenthede, onbeperkte sukses met vertroue in God. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Dutoit. That concludes the business of the day. Honorable members, allow me to take this opportunity to thank deputy ministers, MECs, special delegates, SALGA representatives, all of you for availing themselves for this very important debate. The House is officially adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Papa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mamas.
Thank you. Malibongwe.
Kamala Makusgazi.
Malibongwe.
Long live the chair.
Long live.
The chair must never die.
Recording stopped.
Thank you.
Advocate.
Getting a briefing from Advocate about next week. It's a provincial week. This is our last session this term.
Thank you,
Advocate.
Thank you very much. I see Honorable Ryder's hand is up. I don't know whether it's a hand which was meant for the proceedings.
Honorable Ryder.
Is it
Thank you,
meant
Chair.
for-
Thank you, Chair. Just a request, please. You know, we have committee meetings due to start at 6 p.m. So if this discussion can be brief, thank you.
No, we will try to be very brief. Advocate, it's up. The platform is yours.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and thank you very much, Honorable Ryder. I'll try to be as brief as I possibly can. As honorable members would be aware, the provincial week is taking place from the 28th of March to the 1st of April. We are in the process of finalizing all the arrangements. We hope that by tomorrow, members will get information about their accommodation and about the transportation from the places of accommodation to the sites. We are also in the process of finalizing S&T, payment of S&T for members. We are appealing to members, those who have not completed their S&T forms, please do so, because if an S&T form has not been completed, we will not be able to pay the S&T. So I think, House Chair, without any waste of time, I should just end there. One more appeal. I think we have a consolidated program. In terms of the program, on Tuesday, it will be a general briefing for all the delegations on water and sanitation. We shall make arrangements where necessary, where members would require places for the briefings. We shall be in contact with the delegations. But our appeal is that, please, members, because we continuously receive requests for changes they disrupt the preparations, because it means now that we have to go back to where we were, and it delays the preparations. We want to finalize the preparations we want by tomorrow. At least honorable members should have received all the information. We shall also endeavor, where we have necessary material, we're going to open up a web page on the website, where we're going to deposit all the relevant material for the relevant sites that all members will be visiting. Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
Colleagues, thank you very much. As indicated, we'll get more information as we move along. Thanks, Advocate, for the briefing. It's officially adjourned. Those that are running to meetings, let them attend their meetings. Thank you, Advocate. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Baba.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you very much.